Good morning, Splatoon! Oh my goodness, do I need to try that again? I said, good morning, Splatoon! There we go. Good morning, Confluence. Good morning, my beautiful Indigenous relations. Good morning, people. For those, good morning, live stream. Hello, virtualfeast.ca. Tell all your friends. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Confluence Rhizome to Resurgence Part 2. We are really, really excited to have you once again today. We are really, really excited to dive into the work. We're very, very, very honored to be here. It's been an awesome morning so far, talking to elders, talking to people, talking to all of my friends who we've brought here together, and it's just such a heartwarming experience already. Yesterday was an amazing day. We had so much great content, a lot of it to digest. And when I went home last night, I had to think about some of the things I've heard, and it was just so empowering, and I'm so impressed. And today is going to be no different. And we're actually gonna hop right into it. I'm not gonna speak too much today because we have a lot to do. I do want to say a couple of words about a few special things that are happening today, kind of simultaneously. Who here is excited for Jeremy Dutcher tomorrow? Oh, I said, who's excited for Jeremy Dutcher tomorrow? Yes. Who's excited for Jeremy Paul tomorrow? There we go. I am too. So there's a very special event happening later on today. It's a private event, but I'm going to tell you a lot more about it tomorrow. I have found a 12-year-old piano virtuoso online from Indigenous a couple of months ago. It was an article written on this 12-year-old boy who just took a natural liking to the piano and shares his music through medicine, or his medicine through music. And he's from Alberta. And I was so inspired by this story that I thought, well, I saw this kid, and we have Jeremy Dutcher. So what we are doing, and the kid doesn't know this yet, and he's not here yet, the Two Rivers remix is gifting him his very own keyboard because he doesn't have one. And we're going to set, his name is Adam. We're going to set Adam and Jeremy up in a room upstairs for a private mentorship for a few hours today. Yeah. And then towards the end of that mentorship, we're going to, don't tell the kid. We're going to actually give the kid the keyboard up there. He doesn't know he's getting it yet, as a gift, as a way of passing the torch. Mentorships are very, very important to us at Two Rivers. And we want to make sure that we pour into our young people. We want to make sure we give our young people what they need. We want to make sure that they're equipped and proud to be Indigenous artists. And that means investing in the future, just as what Kim Gucci said yesterday, just as what we're all kind of in this room to do as we gathered here today. So we're very, very excited about that. So at about 4 p.m., you might see a legendary artist just kind of meander up the stairs. And we're going to just have that little moment. I'd love to invite you all, but it is a private moment. So, but we're going to see Jeremy kind of do his thing tomorrow. And actually, Adam Smallboy, who is, quote-unquote, the kid, is going to be opening up for Jeremy tomorrow. So he's going to be doing a little set right before Jeremy goes on. And we're really, really excited to be bringing that up. We always, at Two Rivers, want to get things started off in the best way possible, in a good way, the Indigenous way. And I say this time and time again, and I want to say it again right now. We want to acknowledge the people of the land that we are inhabiting rather than just the land itself. I do not believe that land acknowledgements work just by themselves. Yes, we acknowledge that we are on land. But if you do not acknowledge the culture of the people and bring honor to that, then we are doing a disservice to our own. And so the way we start things off in the best way possible is we want someone from the community, and we have two very beautiful guests here to come start this off in a good way from Splacheen, who have welcomed us with such open arms here at the Confluence. And we cannot wait to partner again and again and again. And I just wanted to let you know that tomorrow, 200 people are going to be in this auditorium at least for this event. So this room's going to look a lot different, and it's going to be a lot of a different vibe. So let's get things started in a good way. And I would like to bring up the Splacheen elders, Bart Thomas and Julianne Alexander. Please, thank you. But all right. We can give them a round of applause. Thank them for us being here. Awesome. I'm going to get you some chairs. Can I get 2 chairs,
please? White up. In Squast knock skacha tield. My English borrowed name is Juliana Florence Alexander. My Secwepemc name is Fawn Woman. Welcome everybody. I guess I just feel really happy and kind of nervous a little bit because there's, it just means so much to help communicate some things. Some of our people aren't aware of a lot of things that are happening around us, and we know that the part of the problem we're having in our communities, in our nations, and I guess across Canada is just poor communication. And we're doing what we can, and I guess I'd like to just remind everybody that, we're not all perfect. We're struggling because of the genocide that's happened. The residential schools, foster homes, adoption, making it really difficult for us to have good family communication, community communication, and our leader communication. There's a lot of downfalls. We're aware of it. Some of us elders are working really diligently on trying to repair those damages. In our community here even, we have the division, more than one division. We have colonialism, from the young people because they've been dictated to so much. They believe in our European system, and it makes it really difficult for the elders to even do traditional teaching. There is some refuse, some listen, some don't know what to do. And I think, if we continue to keep healing like you're doing here with the nations and reserves and other places that you go, it might help. If we communicate all these things, maybe we'll open their eyes, maybe open their hearts, maybe have them open to learning new things, and maybe going back to their own traditional identity, which they've lost. And I find it really hard because, it's really difficult to do our work when you have a wall built up. It's hard to dismantle that wall that the settlers built. And sometimes they want to listen, sometimes they don't want to listen. And I'm just hopefully that the young babies and the ones that are being taught our language and culture will have a better chance, because maybe they can have their ears open and their hearts and their souls to the traditional values that we have to teach them, because it's our lifestyle. In our language and culture, it's our law. So wherever you are and you're having trouble identifying who you are, it's because of that. And you go back to your culture, your language and your history, learn, go see your elders. They'll teach you. And it's built in you anyhow. You just have to let the walls drop and be open to those teachings. And we find it very difficult, even with our own, memberships, because they see the values of money and expensive things as being their God, or, what it's about living, but it isn't. It's about sort of survival. You have to know your culture and history. You need your language. At least if you speak a few words, you'll learn. You'll continue learning. And it's the law in the language that you need, and it doesn't lie. The English, you can tear it apart and say all kinds of things, but it doesn't mean the real proper value that you need for the law, because you look at the settlers out there in the government, they're the ones that are tearing everybody apart and taking everything away, all our values, the timber, the animals, the water, you name it. It's our duty as elders to try and protect these things. so that our young people and the young generation coming up will have something. And it's really difficult to get this message across to all our nations across Canada. Some of them have it, some of them don't, and the elders that do have it are very fortunate enough that some of their children can speak the language. I'm not sure what else to share, but maybe Bart wants to share a little.
Welcome all of you. I'm mostly wishing that you have had a good trip to come here, to spend time with our people in this beautiful place where many beautiful things happen. But it never happens without the special gifts that you bring here in the circle. And it's such a sacred thing to share your time. And sometimes you'll meet that one person that one time that could change your life or maybe your whole community, or, you know, there's some beautiful things that happen in these rooms, these ceremonial places. I was just thinking, since I've been watching how this has been growing, and, you know, when I was quite young, 5 to 10 years old, there was very little sobriety. All I seen was beer bottles and wine bottles. And, you know, I didn't know there was so much culture, so much of these things that I would be missing when I was growing up. Thank God there were some beautiful, beautiful elders and really wonderful people that have never touched alcohol in their whole time. And they weren't religious either. They were just spiritual, loving people. And they gave me a chance to change my path. And ever since then, I've ran into people all over North America that have increased my sobriety, increased the knowledge that I bear today. And I realize from the eldest of eldest that I will never know anything. But I could be a very good and strong keeper of the knowledge that's shared through the many experiences of so many communities. And that's one of the most powerful things I've got to share, is that if we don't use the lands, we don't use our language, we don't practice our way, and the only justice you'll ever see is in your community. There's no courtroom that will give it to you. It never has, and it never will, because the Creator gave you consciousness. He gave you a heart, He gave you a mind, He gave you free will. There's no one that can buy that, and no one can justify it. Only what you decide. You are the leaders, not your chief and councils, not any super beings. Every one of you contributes to leadership. There's no great leader without people. And there are other ones that we need to speak for as well, and they have 4 legs, they have wings, they have gills, and all the other ones from other stars. And there's many that I'll forget. There's nothing about perfection, so we shouldn't condemn our fellow brothers and sisters. We should help them up. If they make one mistake, we shouldn't punish them for the rest of their days. We need to understand forgiveness and understanding. No one knows how to do anything perfectly. I heard my grandparents and their grandparents tell me that. I didn't understand it then. I never thought that I was going to become this person you see before you. All I can remember is that I was a boy not too long ago. I'm not anything special. I'm not anybody that's got any powers or anything like that. I just was gifted to walk across North America and meet all of our people, singing songs, doing ceremonies, having different kind of fights, protecting this, protecting that. All the stories they told me that give us what we have as culture, what we have as wisdom, and what a beautiful life we have. We have a freedom that a lot of the world has forgotten. And now the world is wanting to hear our story, even though so many times they tried to get rid of us, and maybe some still want us gone. We're the guardians of the lands that we live in. Our heartbeat comes from it. Everything that makes us blessed and sacred is coming from the land we come from. All the things that the relatives have shared with us, you know, everything from our spears to our nets, like the spider giving us the net, the eagle giving us the spear, the grizzly giving us the gaff. You know, just on and on, the relatives have taken pity on us because the human being is the only one that needs others. All the other creatures don't need us. And you never hear them saying, "I'm sorry," or having pity. They could freeze right on the branch, and they're still happy to the last minute. It's only the human being that needs to learn from them. It's a beautiful thing that we have so many relatives to share with us. I'm glad they have pity for us, because without them we wouldn't have such abundance. We shouldn't have such beautiful lands. So much work our relatives are doing out there, and we need to speak for them. And we need to fight for them, because all these cities are destroying all of the natural abundance that we have. We can't feed those skeletons. There's no meat on them. There's no life in them. One day those cities will fall and they will turn back to dust. The greatest thing we have is each other. It's the only true wealth that you're ever going to know. And to love and understand each other it's going to take all of the effort of every one of you. Every one of you is a living miracle, just like a grain of sand doesn't seem significant. But if you put enough grains of sand together, they can hold an ocean up. You know, so everything you do is going to be a ripple for those children we haven't seen yet. And those who gave us life today are your ancestors. It doesn't matter where you are in this world. We need to have respect for the earth that we're standing on, because it's the only one we have. All these songs we sing, these stories we tell, is to remember those things. Maybe I may not always say it properly or perfectly, but, you know, I wasn't ever born to do those kind of things. All I was doing is sharing that message that my elders and their elders shared with me, and sometimes it's the only time I get a chance to spend time with those people that have passed on, is to tell the story. It's the only time I get to remember what they were like. They make it worth living, you know, to tell these stories, to tell these songs. We walked a great distance, all of the people in these rooms, and we got a long distance to go yet. And I'm really hopeful that, you know, practice all your ways, leave all the bad things where they belong. This life was meant to be blessed. This life was meant to have abundance of happiness and hope and joy. I can't see any other logic or wisdom. So I'm gonna sing you a song from Top 10. Gab.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Before we begin, I just wanted to recognize and honor the people of Splacheen, all the people here, the elders, their ancestors that are from this land here. We're going to sing that welcome song, my family and I, and we'll open this up in a good way. Kukshem.
Processes quest. Give everyone a strong heart, wise mind. Let them live for a long, long time. Good health and happiness. Keep them in the original, traditional, sovereign way, to the best of their abilities, and give them plenty of food, fresh water. This I pray for all my relations.
White Kuwaita Presquest Atletkwa. My name is Coldwater. I'm Sukwatmok. This is my daughter, Kwalkwaletqua Dick.
White Kuwaita.
My son, Skimahitsa Running Bear, and Darcy Denault, and my dad, Henry Sauls. We wanted to do the welcoming this morning and do the welcome song to greet you guys in a good way. My dad said a prayer this morning for everybody to live in a sovereign way to the best of their ability. We're Sukwatmuk, we're grassroots, we're freedom fighters, we're land defenders, water protectors. We do a lot of community work within our nation. So I just wanted to say Cooksham, thank you. Wanna say something?
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone today on this beautiful territory of the Splamchin territories? I just want to thank you for allowing me on your territories of this beautiful land, and I love your roundhouse. It's beautiful. So with this, I just want to give thanks to Mika and Gord, the organizers, for putting this beautiful thing on. Without any of this, none of this would happen. And they're trying to change, to bring people together and try to keep our land safe from all this new technology that's taking over. And with just seeing everything is so much changed from when I was just a little child. And now our food doesn't even seem real anymore because of they're just wrecking everything, and with all this fuels and just everything's going away in a bad way. And now we need to start standing up and showing them that we need to get our land back so we can get Mother Earth to be happy and free again, and not with all these disasters that are happening everywhere. So I just want to give thanks to everyone that's trying to participate in making a better environment for our children that are going to be the future, to make it a better place, and hope that they can bring back all their natural stuff that we have been taken it away from us, and our language. And I just miss not hearing people speak their language, and that they just came and took it away. And I just pray now with these ceremonies that keep going on and help people to realize that we're all in this together, and that we can change it again and bring better back to Mother Earth and to our children, and teach them to learn their language and their ways of their drumming and their traditions. That's what keeps us alive, and having healthy water and food. So I just want to give thanks to everyone, and Mika and Gord for putting on this beautiful event. And I'll just like to thank you again and pass this over to Willie. Thank you.
It's such an honor to be here, of all the people from the four directions. And I would like to say that our ancestors in the spirit world are happy to see our traditional ways and our language, our drumming, our singing, our dancing, and coming to these kind of events that our friends are putting up all these years. You know, it's such an honor to see people taking pictures, you know, and people coming here from all the four directions and experience their language, their traditional wares, and sharing the way we live for the past thousands and thousands of years. That our people will never will surrender our voice, our language. They will never surrender our land, and they will never surrender anything that we own. We're here to stay, and we're going to stay right to the bitter end. We do it through music, legends, and stories. And Mika and Gordon bringing up these events are blessed by the Creator. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Let's give them a hand. They're the ones are carrying on the voice of our ancestors. and our ancestors will bless them in a traditional way. And I'd like to say, behalf of the people of Inuvik Northwest Territories, you know, we used to live in igloos long, long time ago. I'm really glad that we have heaters now. In closing, I'd like to say thank you to each and one of you, and especially our little children. Our little children that are running around, our elders, and the food, and the cooks back there are doing such a beautiful job. Yeah, without them we would be hungry. And the people who are doing the voice, the camera, you know, and everybody that's working in the background that we don't see, and the people taking pictures here, it's such an honor that we gather in this beautiful sacred fire circle and sharing the voice of our ancestors. Never, never forget what our ancestors always said. We will never surrender. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was so awesome. Totally didn't expect that. Sometimes things happen at the last minute. It's because they need to happen. They need things that need to be said. It's beautiful to hear the words of our elders and representatives from Splacheen here, Sequatm Uluch. Just looking at the agenda for today and just reflecting on how many of these beautiful people I've always admired, wanted to work with, see as mentors, teachers, and of the things that were created as I was growing up that inspired me, taught me as well, got me involved with the right groups of people. So when I look at the programming today, it reflects that. We're going to have Dawn up again with Natanis, who has brought this incredible array of food, all of our different indigenous foods, which is just, I could just look at them over and over and over, and just smelling them and remembering that's what our people said too, that the land is the same as our life. And then leading into Tanya Willard, Sequatm artist, very incredible Sequatm artist who I've known for a very long time, and we always support one another's work, but she's often so busy that she's been unable to make it. But this time she said, no, Mika, I told myself that next time Mika asks me something, I'm going. So, yay, Tanya is coming. And then that was leading into a panel and a conversation about Red Wire magazine. Does anyone remember Red Wire magazine? Woo! Red Wire completely inspired me and just made me want to hang out with the people that created that and seek out the artists. Actually, I remember, does anyone remember the Red Wire CD? I love that. I love that CD. I think I used it until I couldn't use it anymore. And a lot of those artists I ended up inviting to Two Rivers. So it was really the dream of my life, like Atslan Underground. Anyone like Atslan Underground? They didn't cross the border, or we didn't cross the borders crossed us. I was very inspired by them and by Rex Smallboy, and I think Doreen Manuel was on there, and there's some really great writers on there, and spoken word artists and musical artists, and it inspired me, and that lit the fire within me that I realized that brought me to this work today, so I'm very thankful for that. So we're gonna actually have a panel that's gonna include, be moderated by Tanya, and include John Rampinen, as well as as his son, there's a group of incredible youth that are rebooting Redwire. And that is just like the dream of my life. It moves, it continues, and the work continues. So it's really wonderful to see how the work continues in these different ways that our culture and everything is evolving. So today we're going to invite again Anna and Leo, our dear brother and sister, Mexica, brother and sister. They're going to do a different dance today, and I'll ask them to describe it. It's really important for us to ensure that we enact these opportunities where we have to bring the condor and the eagle together, and every time they are with us, I feel like we are enacting that. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Anna. Anna is also a cultural psychologist. She's an academic, and she's actually doing her master's degree. Is that correct, Anna? She's doing her master's degree. You have your headset, or do you want to talk in here? Yeah? Okay. Anna and Leo.
Piyali nogniwa, no toca Ana, Iwan Leo, Nochan Mexico. Hi everyone, good morning, my brothers, my sisters. My name is Ana, and my partner Leo. We came from Mexico. Tlaso Kamati Kuksham for being here. For the last 3 years that I have been participating with this beautiful community of Two Rivers, the dance that we have been dancing the most is called Iztacuautli. Iztacuautli in our language Nahuatl means the white eagle. So in 2021, the first time I came to this territory from Mexico, I was talking with an elder, and this elder was talking about a prophecy, and I get to this elder and I just sit down to listen, and the auntie began talking about an eagle, a condor, the communities from the south, and I was like, oh my God, this elder is talking about our prophecy. I didn't know that you have the same prophecy. And she kept talking about the eagle and the condor and the community, and they're going to fly together. And I was shocked because I was like, oh, it's like exactly the same, like how that story and that prophecy came to here. And when the auntie finished, I approached to her, and I told her, we have this prophecy too. And it was really beautiful to discover that it's the same, that we're all related, and the love and the stories and the culture share all those things. So my father is from Peru, from the south of Peru, where the Quero Nation is, and they have exactly the same prophecy there. So I feel so blessed, and I feel like this purpose on my life, on sharing with you and talking about the eagle, the condor. In Mexico, we don't have condors, we have the quetzal. So in the prophecy, we we talk about, that is the same one, we talk about the eagle from the north, the condor from the south, from the Andes, and the quetzal from Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, Belize. So those three birds are like the biggest and well, they are not the most important because all the birds are really important, but the most significant and representative from each territory. So for us, the eagle represents the focus, like the strength, the power, because it's huge. Like the size of this animal is really huge. And we have the condor in the south that represent like the heart, like the condor when it's about to die, when it don't have like the feathers like really good, when I don't know how to call this. ¿Sabes el pico cómo se llama? Well, this, yeah, the peak, where it's not too well. So this animal begin to feel like it cannot continue. So the condor goes to the upper part of the canyon. He flies, and then he closes the wings, killing himself in the ground, because when he doesn't feel like he have the power anymore, he's feeling like he's done. So for us, it's like a teaching really special, like, wow, I don't have like even words to know or to explain it, but it's like a really hard lesson. So last year, in the Confluence of last year, Mika gave me the opportunity to talk more about my master's degree and all the research I have been doing, or the information I have been collecting from elders from here, elders from Peru, elders from Mexico. Just discovering like the same thing that you all know. We are all related. The prophecy is the same. It once said that till these three birds fly together, we will be reunited. So these 500 years of pain from colonization and many pain, they finished in 1992 for us. So after we find after that year that indigenous communities, indigenous people have been reunited. So that's the purpose that we are here. We are just continuing what our elders have been doing. And I just want to thank everyone and acknowledge all of your heart, acknowledge what Mika have been doing. I know that it's a really hard work. I am very blessed to be here. It's not easy to, it's many people behind everything here. It's not just one day work. So thank you so much. Let's keep spreading the love, spreading the voice, spreading the culture, and our elders' voice is the most important thing we need to keep alive. Thank you to all our elders. We're gonna do the White Eagle dance in honor to you and to your territory.
Wow, I almost forgot what I was doing there for a while. That was just so incredibly, I don't even know how to describe it in words, so much power there. I feel like when we have dances, I thought a lot about dances when we were training to do my grandfather Hatwiyeth Dietskiseps potlatch, and we had to train with our dancers and drummers for a year. And my son Kiva, I don't know if he's here still, he trained in these dances. They really remind me of, similar to different indigenous peoples' dances from other islanders, but also the Mexica, especially the turns and the movements. And so it made me think about the different movements. And certain elders were really strict with us on how we were to move in certain ways. And it really made me think about why and who came up with those movements. How were they created? Why were they created? It made me think about if those movements were unlocking messages or knowledge from our lands, from our waters, from our universe. And that somehow the fact that those dances are still being danced, are still being taught, are still being shown to us, it is that those knowledges, the knowledge that it unlocks is still there. And so I really want to acknowledge Leo and Anna for dedicating their life and their energy to these incredibly important movements that unlock the beautiful knowledge to the universe that we so necessarily need right now. This next presentation, we're going to ask Don Morrison to come up. It's called Expressions of Indigenous Food Sovereignty, Building Power from the Ground Up. And as I said before, I've always admired Dawn and her work. And what we're finding now is as our works come together in, like I always think of a kaleidoscope, different circles of people coming together to make this different, beautiful image. As we continue our work and come together with others, and that image grows more beautiful. And that's how I feel about the work that Dawn does and the work that Two Rivers does. But also really looking at collaborating with the people that we have each brought together in different ways. And Natanis Desjardins is one of those people that, another incredible matriarch that is connected to both of this work, and our families are connected as well through communities and through marriage, through children, through art, through music. So without further ado, please welcome Dawn Morrison and Georgia Jules. Thank you.
I should have had Nika do that. White Pohuadap. As Mika said, my name is Dawn Morrison, and I am a member of the extended family network of the Lake Shequetmuch, the Nisconlith, Adams Lake, and Squilax de Shequetmuch. And I know we have our relatives here too, and my ancestors and my late grandmother Edith Sewell and grandfather Willard August, Rebecca Sewell, Sla'a Willie August, lived in the lakes and the mountains around here as well before the Indian Act divided us up onto Indian reserves. We're all related here. So I'm super grateful and moved by Bart and Julianne, the teachings that you're upholding. I understand the struggle of keeping those alive, but I've always been blown away how we know those are still within us. It's just remembering and recalling and reclaiming. And so, Cooksjam, to the beautiful opening. Also to Anna and Leo. They reminded me of a time when, as the founder and curator of the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty that has been deeply inspired by our ancestors and the long legacy of political activism that people like the late Arthur Manuel, late Auntie Irene Billy, Wolverine, Auntie Flora, what they taught me when I came home from the cities. I had never grown up with my people and had a lot of trauma stored in my body that I inherited as an intergenerational survivor of the impacts of Indian residential school that my mother, Bernice August Morrison, overcame a lot. And, you know, she is powerful. She, as hard as it's been, it's also powerful to have watched her overcome so much and took care of us the best as she could and inspired a lot of my work and taught me to stand up for my rights and that we can overcome. So I just want to honor those ancestors. And with the prophecy of Eagle Meets the Condor, how we're realizing that in our work on food sovereignty, and how at one time in, I think it was 2009, I had been invited to represent at the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization an international expert seminar on cultural diversity, traditional livelihoods, and food systems. And it was a seminar that took place in Cusco, Peru. And I was gifted a medicine stick from the Pacific Association of First Nations Women, an organization in the downtown east side that works with a lot of the families and women, families of murdered and missing Indigenous women, and also just women trying to survive in the downtown east side of Vancouver, where I spent a lot of years with my work and my story. And so I had that medicine stick, and it had an eagle feather on it. And I was walking down in downtown Cusco, Peru, on my way to this meeting, carrying that stick. And a Quechua woman, an Indigenous woman from that place, saw me. And she came running up to me and, asked about the stick. And she could understand some of what I was saying, but I explained. She knew what the stick was, even though the English was a challenge. And so I had mentioned the prophecy of Eagle Meets the Condor. And so I wasn't aware that she was watching me and where I was going into the meeting. And so when I came out of the meeting about 4 hours later, she was sitting there with a huge condor feather. And so that feather got put onto the medicine stick for the women. and I returned the stick when I got back to Vancouver. So I feel like Anna and Leo, your powerful ceremony, your dances, and the memories that it activates, as Mika was saying, just to affirm that it is powerful and that is our law. Those are our laws, and it's that we still have that, you know. And it's so I really wanted to just open up in that way. And so I'm super grateful that Georgia Jules, did you want to introduce yourself?
Waked everyone, my name's Georgia Jules. I grew up on the Skonlith Indian Band on my mom's reserve. I have family ties to the Arnoos family. My granny is Regina Arnoos, and my other grandmother is Teresa Jules from the Skeechiston Indian Band. My parents are Donna Jules and John Jules. And yeah, that's me. And I started working with Dawn on a few of the projects, and it's been a great experience and lots of learning, and I'm excited for this work and seeing where it's leading to and everyone coming together.
So George is an awesome organizer and holds a lot of memories in her ancestry about Secwepemc food sovereignty, and so I'm happy to have Georgia and an amazing team of staff and supporters that I won't introduce all right now because I really want to just give you an overview of our latest project. It's called From the Ground Up, a Toolkit for Indigenous Food Sovereignty Planning. And so this toolkit was, it's about 20 years of insights and analysis that I've gained over that period of time where I've been mobilizing knowledge and networks around the topic of Indigenous food sovereignty and across Canada with different strategic meetings that I've organized and conferences, but even internationally where our work has been recognized by United Nations, FAO, UNESCO, US Food Sovereignty Alliance, other spaces, the International Food Sovereignty movement that is gathering in September, coming September in Sri Lanka, where I'll be representing as a main delegate on the North American delegation, and also other convening forums internationally, and also across Canada. We've had our work, different governance tables be convened in response to our work, where I've helped to kind of curate a lot of that. So just remembering, land is the most important indicator of Indigenous food sovereignty. If we are able to have decision-making agency, to be in right relationship with our land, that's the foundation of it all, and we know that all as Indigenous peoples. But this is what separates our narrative from the global food sovereignty movement more broadly, who is organizing in more of an agriculture-centric narrative, which is really a settler colonial narrative. And that is the first way in the late 1880s that they took our land, where they established the legal land doctrine, the BC Land Act, and imposed a cultural hierarchy on par with British morality that erased us and dispossessed us. So you won't find many policies any policies really in agriculture. I think the governments are now trying to, but you can't fit the subsistence hunting and gathering cultures and economies that persisted throughout 90% of the human time on this planet you can't fit that into one sector of agriculture. It relates to all of their operating systems, really, which are, again, a different narrative. So our work is really to center how we relate and reclaim that. So I just wanted to say that Natanis Desjardins, you probably observed her beautiful foods and medicines and traditional technologies that she's laid out here in the table in front of us. Natanis and I have worked together for years. She's going to come up and share her work after I provide an overview of this toolkit, but I just wanted to mention that because she's on standby, and of course you're welcome to come up anytime you feel comfortable. Natanis, there is an extra chair here, but I know that she's on standby. So I just want to quickly say, well, actually, yeah, I'll do this slide and then George is going to help me. We're really wanting to pass this bundle of work on to the next generation. So George is stepping up to that, and she's going to help just practice delivering the presentation as well. So just to quickly say, I think I've already mentioned a lot of who we are and what we do, just broadly. But we were founded in 2006 at the first annual Interior of BC Indigenous Food Sovereignty Conference that happened at the Anauken Centre in Silks Territory, the Penticton community. And so we've been mobilizing ever since. We operate in a decentralized organizing structure. And for the first actually up until this year, we operated without being incorporated. We kind of resisted any kind of legal framework that might constrain our political voice and activity. But now we are moving towards incorporating. Mika and Sabina have stepped up to our, and Natanis have stepped up to our board of directors. So we are working more towards institutional transformation and reclaiming our own structures and processes and how we organize, and getting more support for that. Our working group that has been guiding our work strategically and the direction that we've been given over the last almost 20 years makes up of Indigenous scholars, Indigenous-led organizations, nonprofits, hunters and gatherers, fisher people, grassroots community organizers, and then we have now about 10 paid staff that we've been able to access funding for, and 2 research projects. Yes. So really working on building our organizational capacity, and when I see how Mika and how Two Rivers Remix has pulled this off, I'm super inspired to be partnering and linking up our work more effectively with all the organizations, to build power, build collective power. And when I say building power, I mean knowledge power, cultural power, economic power, and political power. So I won't get into all this. We have 3 different main pieces of our work: the Indigenous Food and Freedom School, Avery, Billie Jean, the photographer's teenager, created the little logo with the bee holding a drum with a little salmon on the drum. And a different Stalo artist, Bonnie Kraliki, created the logo with the 2 salmon and the yin and the yang for the Wild Salmon Caravan. And then the medicine wheel with the 4 colors and the spreaded sweetgrass represents our third eye seeing methodology we've developed for creating ethical spaces of engagement in research, policy, planning, and governance. So we have a strategic framework, and maybe I'll let Georgia, sorry Georgia, I'm just jumping, I want to give Georgia the opportunity.
The strategic framework is a vision, just transition to restore Indigenous food lands in a decolonized, regenerative economy that manages for the transformation of energy and upholds subsistence strategies and values. The mission conceptualized new accountability framework to include subsistence harvesters and decision-making matters impacting their ability to hunt, fish, farm, and gather food. Mandate is decolonize land, food system policies, planning, and governance towards deeper, more meaningful truth and reparation of harm caused by settler colonization.
Awesome, thank you. So the key vision is that the Industrial Revolution instituted a productionist paradigm that has mechanized the spirit and the soul out of our land and food system, and it's reached the limits of our growth. We all know the problem with that paradigm, the industrial paradigm. And so the key to this is that we're shifting the goals of management away from productionism towards managing for the transformation and regeneration of energy. That's a central vision of every Indigenous nation I've ever visited with this work. Every Indigenous nation has their own words, their own language, their own understanding of energy, and that is what food. It's the most transformative thing we do every day. It's just that the mechanization of that has separated us from that understanding. So that's really important part of the work. So this toolkit is 18 years in the making. So it's a courageous bundle, and it's not. It doesn't have a copyright on it. It is a Creative Commons license that we have on it, meaning this is collective knowledge. This isn't my knowledge. I don't claim it. This is what's been entrusted to me over the last 18, 20 years. So we really want more Indigenous peoples to be taking this, and we're offering toolkit training workshops for folks to immerse in it. We're currently working with Natsamat Tribal Council and the Nen Kai Ni, Trevor Mack from the Tsilcotin, and Valet from the Zapoteca peoples down in Oaxaca. We've worked with the Food Security Network from the Sioux, the Tunaha, and the Shequetmuch out of Revelstoke, and many more. And I wanted to mention that the political legacy left by the late Arthur Manuel, who really taught me a lot when I went home to reclaim my Shequetmuch identity that had been stripped of our family, and that we're healing from. And so, yeah, it's been, he was mentioned yesterday, his work, when we think of the political implications of Indigenous food sovereignty, it's remembering the ancestors who taught us. And of course, the genocide, working in a genocide-informed, we received training to facilitate genocide-informed trauma, and how, really the best response to trauma is our teachings, our culture, our spirituality, and it teaches us about transforming and finding the wisdom in that trauma, but not re-embodying it when we do this work. So putting it beside us, it's an embodied practice of setting it down, but acknowledging it, not repressing it. So this is really important when we think of especially the 215 children that have been recently confirmed in unmarked graves at the Kamloops Residential School. So I'll skip over this. I'll skip to the next one for you.
Who's the toolkit intended for? Indigenous-led organizations, non-Indigenous allies demonstrating commitment and ability to decolonize and work in solidarity with grassroots Indigenous peoples. How is your organization mandate entangled with the freedom and sovereignty of Indigenous people?
Yeah, so we do have settler allies who ask for access to the toolkit, but we do have an intake process where we really want to understand who they are and how they're showing up in solidarity, because we know there's a lot of like white saviorism and a lot of like relational dynamics that can make it very hard. So we have developed an application for that and a screening process. And so for anybody who's interested, please book a meeting with through Georgia, and we can look at how to access it, or maybe engage you in a cohort. I know Marlene and other folks around the table are interested and who would bring a lot to the conversation and to the immersion in the toolkit. Because a lot of you are already doing this work. You actually already know this knowledge. It's just packaging up in the framework, right? So, and building power, as I said. Yeah, so weaving our work together in the context of Indigenous food sovereignty is exactly what all of this work has ever been about. Okay, I would love to meet, and especially further north. We're going up into the Yukon this August, so maybe there's a trip. Pardon me? Awesome. Okay, Cook's Jam. Yeah, go for it.
The funding for the workshop is fee for service. There's a sliding scale, and all proceeds will go to the Wild Salmon Caravan and cost recovery. Free for Indigenous nations, communities, when funding permits. Fees for government, corporation, and nonprofit will vary depending on socioeconomic and geographical factors. Welcoming sponsors to express solidarity by sponsoring workshops in Indigenous nations and communities.
Yeah, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. We do have a little bit of funding now, but we do have a cost to it, because we know that certain organizations have budgets who can afford to pay for it, which can help us generate our own source revenue instead of relying on nonprofit funding. But for those who can't afford to pay and don't have a budget, cost is not going to be a barrier. What else about that do I want to say? I think that's it. So there's 4 sacred bundles, and I'll let you go through the list, Georgia, and then I can expand a little bit maybe on each one.
The 4 sacred bundles. Bundle 1, creating ethical spaces for engagement, facilitating transformative learning in networks. Bundle 2 is key terms, expressions of Indigenous food sovereignty. Bundle 3, wicked coyote problems, the political implications of IFS. Bundle number 4, accessing IFS.
Assessing Indigenous food sovereignty in a system of relational indicators. I guess it's cut off on the screen there, yeah. So I think because of time, and I really want Natanis to have lots of time to share her stories, I won't get into a description of all of them, but you can come and talk to me after, and we can book a time to kind of introduce and go through a more in-depth overview of it. So I think I've already mentioned that, and this is the overview we'll skip through. I just want to say that there's a really great little book that's been written, what is the author's name? Beena Patel. And she's a woman of color, South Asian, I believe, and she wrote a book called Say the Quiet Parts Out Loud. And I think that's what this bundle does. And we know that especially when we go into a lot of political conversations, that the very conservative nature of Canadian society is all about niceness, but the politics of niceness can often silence us, and we get labeled as radical, extreme activists, or But really, this toolkit is designed to give the next generation of leaders the courage, the confidence, and the ability to truth, but also in a really transformative way. And so part of that is, how do we say the quiet parts out loud and name things like white supremacy and systemic racism, land back, really big, wicked, address the wicked problems. We've developed a third eye seeing methodology. Again, for anybody who would like to learn more about this, this is a very technical process. It's for, there's Indigenous scholars, a lot of whom have showed up to our work over the years, and what they've shared with me around our pedagogy, our way of positioning ourselves within the land and food systems, policy and planning, governance, and helping to transcend a lot of the wicked problems within a transformative approach. So it's very academic and technical and political, but I would love to engage with more of our people. It applies coyote pedagogy, which is embracing contradictions and transcending them, and identifying potential that is dormant, because there's infinite potential for change and transformation. It's just giving the structure to a process to find that together. And I won't go into all the terms. Maybe I'll let you speak to this one.
Decolonial and anti-colonial, non-exhausted evolution, living, non-static, descriptive, non-definition, system transformation, balancing the burden, limitations of English translation.
Yeah, so just basically saying that we're decolonial around transforming harm and reparation and what that means and what we're asking for of the system. And then anti-colonial, it's both and, meaning we also know that we have to reject. We don't even really want to work in that system or respond to it. We want to be speaking our language and we want to be living our culture, but how do we balance the contradiction and embrace those contradictions? So I'll just give a quick overview of the last bundle, which is a tool for assessing the key conditions necessary to achieve Indigenous food sovereignty. So we know that the system is the barrier, and so we have to create new conditions to support our work. And so we do that within a system of relationality. And so we've developed a lot of questions under 5 central themes that have continuously emerged in our networking and learning over the years. And how are we doing for time? 5 more minutes? Okay, great, thank you. So I'll let Georgia review or go over the themes here.
The themes: reconnecting food, land, and culture, activating holistic health and wellness, balancing gender and generational relationships, regenerated Indigenous food economies, protecting, conserving, and regenerating Indigenous food lands.
So again, these themes were emerged in the very first Indigenous Food Sovereignty Conference, when many of the people I mentioned who were present, who are now ancestors, and they're still as relevant today. We've just kind of gone deeper into each theme. And so you can find a report that we wrote on indigenousfoodsystemsnetwork.org, and that report, I've got a link to it here. Oh, I seem to have skipped over the slide with the link, but yeah, there's a report that you can find those themes and a whole bunch of action items, a lot of which is already happening in many of your nations and communities. I know that because it's natural. It's like, this is not something, again, that we as the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty are, own in the networks. It's what we as Indigenous peoples have always done and is a kind of an automatic response to colonialism. And yeah, there's a lot of great work happening actually. Did you want to go over this one?
How would you envision engaging the toolkit? How can it help build cultural knowledge, economic and political power in your nation, community, and network? For this one, when I started learning the toolkit with Dawn and did the training myself in a cohort, there's a lot of my own stories and growing up with my elders and at Chief Atom and living with my grandmothers are coming out, and I'm like healing myself in a way with food and knowledge and being around our people as well, and it's really uplifting my own personal life. So I like this toolkit is great for personal healing, and it's expanding in my family as I learn as well.
And Georgia, through her work with us, is the events coordinator. So you can reach out to Georgia to coordinate a meeting with us to explore if you're interested. And yeah, so that's a really quick overview. There's a lot of references and different kinds of tools in the toolkit. But we just wanted to, again, leave more time for Natanis, who we're going to welcome up. And Natanis can introduce herself in more detail, but I just want to say that as Natanis makes her way up to the stage, and Natanis and I have known each other and worked. Our relationship is an example of the inspiration and the knowledge that's been activated, the cultural resurgence that's been activated through Indigenous food sovereignty. We met almost in the very beginning years of the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty in different networking events. And Natanis, to me, embodies the living reality of Indigenous food sovereignty. I feel like myself, I've become so academic and technical in this, pulling this together, but Natanis is, in my mind, can do both, and she's holding that with her amazing family, John Rampinen, who's going to be speaking later, and her kids, who I remember the Indigenous Diet Challenge, where, living off-grid, on the land, raising all of her kids, all food from the land, and of course you can see that in her table here, her offerings that she's brought to share around knowledge and her work. So I'm going to hand it over to Natanis because she is going to share stories of how she's been working on building Indigenous food sovereignty from the ground up.
Thank you, Dawn. How does this sound? I don't know if I'll sit down. I'll feel a little weird. I'm a little jittery right now, a little nervous. Yeah, so I'm a berry picker, and all the work that Dawn is doing and policy and working in academia, working in federal, the provincial, and putting the words, what is food, Indigenous food sovereignty, onto the table for many, many years. I remember being a part of the BC Food Systems Gathering, which is the farmers all got together, and they were meeting around food and food security way back in the day. And Dawn was part of those earlier days, and then saying, hey, what about food, Indigenous foods? Because we're not farmers per se. We had farm practices, but we wouldn't call it farms. And we're berry pickers. We were forest. We were the forest. You know, we were the trees. We were the ocean. We were the waters. And how do you go into a space talking about farm, which is like a domestication of these living beings that gave us life? And so it was interesting to be a part of these gatherings. And I met Dawn at a BC Foods gathering, systems gathering, and we met outside in between the workshops, and because we're talking about salmon, and we're like, what about the salmon? Man, the salmon are struggling. Did you get salmon? Did you know? What are we going to do? And I remember hearing for the words the first time saying, well, we just didn't eat it. We let the salmon rest, and we didn't eat salmon for as long as it took for them to rebuild. And that concept just kind of went, ooh, to not eat salmon. That was intense, because we went back, and I remember having these conversations around fish farming and the salmon, and in the earlier days when before the salmon caravan, like, how do we bring the word and the stories about the salmon? We're the salmon people. We were built by salmon. And so we didn't eat salmon for 4 years as a family. We did a salmon fast. And we said, well, you know, if they're hurting, we need to, instead of eating salmon, we need to put some work into helping the salmon. So we went to those gatherings that Dawn was organizing in the city and spoke. And you'll meet my daughter, Hasatuk, or Kaylila. She's a song about fish farms and wild salmon that she sang. And so it's really important, I think. And this wasn't what I was even I was so nervous. What am I gonna talk about? And then it just, that's it. We'll talk about salmon. Bring the salmon to the table. Salmon need to be at the table. Who else needs to be at the table? Oh, let's look there. The Ulukins. The Ulukins are at the table. What else is at the table? Oh, our berries. Our berries are all out there. They're here too. Who else is here at the table? Oh, we got our plants, our medicine. We got that, Napatmap, our devil's club that keeps our spirits strong. We got the feathers from all the different birds that teach us all these different things that we need to know about the sky, about the weather, about those whispers from our ancestors. We brought those feathers. And the cedar tree. Oh, the cedar tree. The cedar tree needs us to be okay. The cedar tree needs us to be healthy and well and strong and to connected to them, to each other, to truth, to sky, to spirit. Because without us being grounded in who we truly are, we're lost, and so are they. So is the whale. So is the salmon, the buffalo, those that kept us clothed, fed, housed, our spirits, our ancestors, all were reliant on our relatives that gave us life. And with that, we had respect, and we had story and song and dance, and we had celebrations, and we knew when we took too much for 1 year, or if we didn't pick, how real they were, real sad for us, real sad that we weren't picking the berries. So they started to wither up, and their branches weren't as full and vibrant and full of berries as they once were. We weren't out in the forest anymore, tending to those berry patches, passing those songs down. How important those songs from thousands and thousands of years from women's practice of singing to the berries. Oh, I didn't know a berry song. I didn't know how to fish. I didn't know what to gather. I didn't know medicine. I grew up, so I'll go back. My name is Natanis, for those that don't know me. Natanis, if you have any Cree, if you have any Crees out there, know that it means my daughter, right? When they're saying, Natanis, Natanis, you're saying my daughter. So my mother wanted to give me a Cree name when I was born, and she was like, Natanis, my daughter, so Cree. And my second name is Sweetgrass. But it's funny because on my birth certificate, it's sweet and then grass. and then I have her maiden name, Desjardins. And it comes from my grandpa, Joseph Desjardins from Lac La Biche. And my grandmother is Violet Cheecham. She's still here, my kukum. She'll be 97 in a couple of days. And she comes from the Cheecham village in the northern, what we know as Fort McMurray First Nation, number 468. But they're from the boreal forest, the woodland Cree, where the buffalo is. And my mother lived with her mother and her father, and he was non-status, so the kids didn't get taken away into residential school, and they lived off the land in the boreal forest. And my grandmother used to tell me how she had to gather moss for their diapers, and I brought some sphagnum moss here. Sphagnum moss is very, very, very important. And they found out about these kids living off the land, living in a forest. Oh, they're really, really poor. They only had a little cabin with only beds in it. Not enough beds, just one big bed, and everybody slept in it. So when the agents found that out, they came and got them. They took all 6 of them and brought them into a plane and brought them real far. And because they were non-status, because my grandpa was non-status, and her status was taken away, the kids weren't registered Indians, so they were put into a convent. And the difference between a convent and a residential school is that you don't get to go home in any of the holidays or anything. And that was in the time when the 60s scoop was happening, when they were advertising children all over, because they knew that the assimilation process was faster when they moved into non-native homes. So she was advertised out with all her kids, and they were separated as siblings and moved out into the land. Not in the land, the concrete land in the cities, disconnected from their lands. And I tell this story, my mother is Cleo Desjardins. Actually, she's Myrtle Desjardins, who became Cleo and then married into Reese. So my mother, and seeing earlier those photos of the manuals, art manual, my dad who gave me life, which my belly button is from, his name is Stan Plant, which I think is funny because I would have been Sweetgrass Plant. This would have been horrible in school. I actually went to school as Sweetgrass, and I said at grade 2, Mom, you got to change my name. This is too much. And back in the 70s, nobody knew in the West Coast what Sweetgrass was. So, of course, you can imagine what kind of names I got. So I changed my name to Natanis. But so my dad, who gave me life, his name is Stan Plant. And he was really good friends with Art Manuel. I'll tell you a tiny little story. I won't go too long how my mom met my dad. He was in the Native Brotherhood in prison. He was doing a 17-month stint for 2 joints. Yeah. And so he had 2 joints in his pocket. They picked him up, and he was doing 17 months. And in there, he was doing a lot of reading. And it wasn't like Malcolm X or anything, but, an Indian way he kind of was. And he was really intelligent. And so he did a lot of organizing for the Native Brotherhood. And Art Manuel and my mother were part of a young Native youth movement group. They were the Liberation for Red Power or something like that. Native Alliance for Red Power was another group, and you may know, so I come from the movement, and so a lot of us are relatives of the movement here, and we have a lot of shared stories of connecting in fights for our lands. So that was my dad, that I never met because they never stayed together. So, but my mom moved in, and earlier, yesterday, we were listening to Ronnie Dean Harris. I love that, bro. He was talking about August Jack. August Jack was some of the research that he was diving into. And I have a photograph that my mom moved to BC and lived in Duncan with a man named August Jack. He was 107 years old. Here's a Cree woman. She has already had another baby. Honey was brewing in her belly. And me as a 1-year-old. And I have pictures of me with August Jack. And then she met Victor Reese. And Victor Reese at Tsimshian and Gitsan. His mother is from Hazelton, from the Gitxsan, the killer whale, and his father was Herman Reese from Hartley Bay. I know, and he was from the Eagle clan. And he took my mother and me as a little one and my sister, and I was brought up in Prince Rupert. I was brought up in the city of rainbows, they called it. And that's because it rains a lot. It rains a lot in Rupert. So I grew up in the old growth forest playing in what would be the bush, but it was all like these huge trees. I ate ulican grease and herring eggs and seaweed and cockles and oh yeah, I just thinking of the spread my grandma used to have on the table. I used to be under the table so full, my belly was just in pain. And I remember wishing, oh, I wish my belly was bigger so I can keep eating. Oh, yeah. Careful what you wish for, you guys. Yeah, so I remember the food, but it was always come to my grandparents' house. I didn't know how you picked the seaweed, how they dug the cockles, or where the halibut came from, because they lived in town, and so all of their food came from outside and were brought to them as, you know, respected elders. And so she divvied up the food and she would give it to us, like, and we would get a portion of the food that was delivered to my grandparents. So I didn't know how, but I knew that I loved the food. I loved to eat this good food and how I felt about it. Later on, I moved to Vancouver. My mom moved down to Vancouver, and then we started the Native Youth Movement in the early 90s. And I think you'll get a little bit of a story about that later on. And again, there was the one woman, and she was 17. Her name was Alusta. She's hey, Alusta Newhalk, and young woman Colette Schooner. And she came into Vancouver after building a pit house on her territory. She remembered, you know, coming to a Native Youth Movement gathering, and she's like, I built a little pit house and lived in there for a year to stop the logging, and I only ate traditional food. And that was the first time I ever heard that. And I was like, what does that mean? And she was quite a lot younger than me, but she was like my elder. And yeah, it's a little bit of sadness. You know, she left us too early. And so I was in awe of that. And we were talking a lot on the mic and sharing stories right at the time when the BC Treaty process was happening. We came out as the official opposition at that time. And we talked about, you know, going back to the land. Going back to the land. Take back the land, we said. Take back the land. Now we have land back. But at that time, it was take back the land. And go back to those mountains, and go back. And I remember, so the journey, and that's part of, you know, being that Cree ancestry within me, always wanting to travel. I'm like, where are those elders? Who are those people that are going to teach us where to go next? Where are we going to find those teachings? Who do I go to? And I remember the environmental network. The Indigenous Environmental Network. So back in the day, I'm real old now, but we didn't use the word environment or decolonization, even colonization. I had to look it up. What does genocide mean? And very few people were saying these words. So decolonization was we were just getting into what does that mean, and starting to use that in our language. But so there was an environmental network gathering in Turtle Mountain in New Mexico. And a couple of us, there's a real funny story, but you know what? I probably don't have enough time for this one. But we got a van, and I manifested a van to get us all the way to New Mexico. It's like, okay, we need a van. It's going to take us. And then someone said, oh, you need a van? Oh, yeah, there's a van over there. It's for $235. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I can afford $235. But then I'm like, why $235? Because that's kind of random. And then it was in a back alley, okay? And it didn't have plates or anything. And the guy was like, yeah, some story, I forget what it was. And, oh, there's no keys, but there's this little, under the duct tape, you pull the thing and it starts the ignition. I was fine. I was like, this is a dream come true. And so we took that van. We sure did. Slapped some plates on them. And off we went down to New Mexico on a quest to find our elders, to tell us the way to go. What do we do? How are we going to live? How are we going to get that food? So we're driving, and I remember we're getting through the border. Shh, no problem. And then I have the pale face, kind of like, yeah, we're just going, don't worry. And then we're driving down Ashland, and I remember looking over to my brother and everybody. I'm like, we're doing it. We're doing it, you guys. We're doing it. And wasn't too far after that, it started to smoke, and we were going up Ashland, and we couldn't pull over because all these big trucks, and we're really smoking. There's a guy waving us down, said, "You're real," We finally get to the end, and then guy stops. We opened up the thing, and there's flames coming out, and then all we could do. And there's this little story. All I had was a basket of Red Wire magazines in the back of the van. And it was, right? I took those basket of Red Wires, we threw them out the back, and we went running. I tried to grab our only cash that we had that we turned into American, and the flames couldn't get the cash. And we watched our van just blow up, like literally, in Ashland, Oregon. Yeah. I was with Gord Hill. Anyone know Gord Hill? Yeah. I was with Simon Reese, there was Alusta, and Gabe Hill, and my son Hanner. And we went back into the next town, and we weren't thinking how we go backwards, like how do we keep going? How do we keep going? Looking at train tickets, how we go to this place. And we went, where's the nearest? I'm telling a whole different story. Okay, this is what happens. But you know what? I'll just skip a real awesome part, and I'll get right back to the mountain. So I was on the mountain. We made it. We did. We made it. And at the end of the mountain, at the end of our gathering at the Indigenous Foods, or not foods, it was Environmental Network gathering, we were looking around for the elders, and I didn't really, it wasn't that I could connect, or someone wasn't just going, here you go, grandchild. I would have been real easy. But there was this, he kind of looked like he was a Mamathni or Gumsiwa, or how you say, a white man. And he had this van, and it had like dream catchers on it, had all this like mystic drawings all over it. And he had come up to me with this bag, and he says, I have these seeds. I have these seeds, and they're like indigenous seeds, they're heritage seeds. What they're gonna do is they're gonna take the seeds, they're gonna make it so that we can't even plant anymore, that our foods are only gonna be like, he didn't use the word GMO, like these weren't in conversations. He said, but they're gonna take our seeds and we won't be able to grow. We need to take these seeds and you need to keep them, and he had them in this bundle, and he gave it to me with this like really scary story of this future that just felt like, when they were talking at this gathering, like, we're gonna have to buy water. That was like not thinking, we weren't even, like that was unthinkable at that time. That was a horror story. And this idea about the seeds that was a horror story this man was giving to me. And I thought, to be honest, I thought it was a little out there. But I had these seeds. And I came back, and I had them for a long time, and we had no land. We were living in Vancouver. I didn't know what to do with them. But I kept them for a while. But that story, I started to see come true, years later. I was like, oh yeah, that guy was on it. So there was people that were on it. And I met my partner. He was part of the Native Youth Movement, and I had felt like I gotta go back to the land. And he had land, so that was good. So I'm like, he had some really beautiful land. So he took me and my son, and we went to the west coast of Vancouver Island in the beautiful New Channel territory. And then we proceeded to start our family. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was 2006, and this is what, okay, are we good for time? Because I'm gonna go on. This was the time where there was a huge storm. So when climate change was like, whoa, this is a thing. Before we called it climate or we called it change or anything, we knew that there was these hellish storms that were coming in. It shut down the access to one side of the island and the other side of the island, and we flooded so bad that all the power was out in Port Alberni. There was no access to anything, and I remember looking out and going, I know nothing. And I ran to the nearest store that had a generator, and I bought out all the food that they had, and all they had was wieners. And I bought all the packages of wieners and hot dogs, and I was like, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. But that was a wake-up call, big time. We're not gonna be okay on wieners. No, this is not right. Okay, what do I need to know, Natanis? We need to get it together. Okay, I had terrible anxiety. So I was bottling water for a long time and hiding it in the walls in milk jugs, going, this could happen again. And that fear, that anxiety of this impending doom then just started to consume me. And then I was like, no, I can't do that, no. I need to know how to survive. I need to show my children what our ancestors knew. How am I going to do that? So again, these conversations with Don Morrison, connections with the people and I was like, Don, at this gathering, what would we do if we went on like an indigenous diet? Okay, we'll like trade like we were indigenous. We'll only eat indigenous, so what does that mean? No pork, no beef, no chicken, no dairy, no wheat. Okay, what do we have? And then we're starting to go, oh shoot, coffee. Okay, well that's indigenous, yeah. It has to pass through indigenous hands, and then it's like, we're doing a fair trade. Okay, and then we're like, oh, what about cream? I really like cream in my coffee. I was like nursing at the time. I was like, oh, I got cream, we're good. Yeah, so we went on an indigenous diet. We were all gonna do it together, and that's the only way for us to learn. And I took my children, we had a conversation about it and said, we're gonna do this. What does that mean, Mom? And I'm like, well, I remember the kid goes, is lollipop indigenous? And I was like, no, we'll make some indigenous lollipops, don't worry. And but then it became really serious because my dad had died of complications of diabetes in November. And I really thought he was gonna make it. And I knew our foods are our way, our medicine. Our foods you need to be eating our foods, Dad. We gotta get well. And he didn't make it out of that, so I felt like, oh, I know why he couldn't give up that food, because it connected all that bread that connected him to his mom that he had a connection to, and he couldn't get stop eating cleon or fry bread or away, because when he was reaching for something, he reached for that bread that my grandmother used to make. And that was, that food was killing us. And so I went to the family and said, we got to do this. And it was somber, because I don't want to have this conversation. I want you to remember me feeding you this and go, this is the way my mom used to do it, even though I didn't know how. So I had to learn with my kids. I think you've been watching in the background. We're all learning at the same time, and it's fun. So fun to go get dirty. So fun to eat things that are kind of funky at first. And you get used to it, and you feel that it starts to taste good. And you know it's good for you, and you feel that. And then I was like, well, I gotta bring this. Tatum, this is my art. Like, it's an art practice. And I remember Miko's like, you show your work. I'm like, what work? I don't know. I'm a berry picker. That's my job. And it was so much so, and I tell this story, it was the salmonberry that really, really made me feel like I belonged. I remember going back and forth to the coast to Port Alberni, and I had to pull over to go pee. And it was really wet. So it was really wet, and I couldn't just pee. I had to go under the bush. So I got dug deeper and deeper into the salmon berries that were really, really tall, and it was nice and sheltered in there. And I went pee. But then I looked up and I saw this, like if you can imagine, right? And it's like the size of your hand. There was this big, bulging salmonberry, so big. Like literally, I go like this because that's what I did. And I put my hand up like that and it went prop in my hand. And it was the size of my palm. It was so big and so juicy, and it was just there. The sun had just hit it. It looked like the sun, and when I brought it back into my hand, I went, oh, it wants me to eat it. It wants me to pick it. It wants me to pick it so bad it fell into my hand. It wants me to see its juicy, succulent, nutritious beauty of this orange berry. And it was like, oh, boom. I got it, and I ate it, and I felt so good. And I go, oh, I just want to do that all the time. That made me feel so good, so grounded, so connected to my ancestors, to the land. Because, you know, being nomadic and growing all over the place and not feeling like we belong in a really messed up place, right? That made sense. And it made sense so much that after we did the indigenous diet and we were looking around, we were picking berries. I had to do this full time. We can't just like live on indigenous diet. I had to pick berries. I can't work. There's berry season. And so that's all I wanted to do. And we're like, let's do it, John. Let's go off and just pick berries. And he's like, okay. Finally, we got rid of everything and we jumped off we call it off-grid, but we jumped back into land, back to practice, and brought our kids. And I say, you know, we lived with the land. We survived the land. We survived. I had all these little kids, and then I was pregnant living out there. And I learned so much. And but the thing is, what we were missing was language. Because if you don't have the language and you go back to the land, you're missing the key to that way of life, where you're not surviving on the land, you're thriving on the land. On every root word there is that our ancestors spoke, there is a key to that relationship with that food, the water, the winds, the land is in that language. And we can't let it drift away. We have to keep our language alive so that we can bring our children back to these territories, so they can speak to the trees and pick the berries and eat that, and the berries are going to be so happy. Because when we are on our territories, being who we're meant to be, being human, and being, we use the word indigenous, even then, these are all mostly words and concepts, but we become part of that again. That's what they want. That's what they want, and they'll welcome us, but at the same time, they're traumatized too. Our trees and our birds and them, we're real ahak together, you know? And, but we can help each other with what we have, with every song that's sung again, every dance that's being brought back. Every time you bring this beautiful abundance that we have, we're so rich and we don't need anything from them. We just need it to be protected and so that it grows, because we had enough wealth. We had enough for our need, but not enough for our greed. I like that when Joe Martin says that. And so there's a reciprocity that happens. So if the salmon need us, we need to come up, right? If the whales need us, we need to come up. Our seaweed, all of that, we need to come up. And we bring them, and we bring them to the table, or we bring them forward, and our berries are here, and the talk about food. We can't talk about food if we don't have the food. That's why I say to Don, where's the food, Don? Where's the illican grease? Oh, I brought the food. And so I'm able to come to the table when she does all this work, and, you know, to share. And because that's who we are. We are wealthy because we give. And with that, that's what our ancestors taught us, and we only take what we need. So I don't know if that was what I was going to talk about, but so I'll leave this here. And again, I also added some other things that the birch from our different travels with our other indigenous nations that are very similar to us that are on the table as well. And yeah, oh, here, see some of the photos maybe. Yeah, and you don't, and my kids are taught, like, if something's killed or whatever, you got to eat it. And there might be a little picture of them skinning little mouse pelts. Well, you kill mouse, you gotta use it. And there's my daughter with the bear and the different roads. But I chew. I guess we're done.
Wow, oh my goodness. Oh, like it, you know, this work is like the beauty in your stories, but you know, you're sharing a story through all your pictures and your family, and it's really affirming, you know, like this isn't lost yet, and that by that your story of the berry, yeah, they need us, right? And I have a similar story with a berry plant, some huckleberries that I was Janice, Billy, and I were up picking, actually in the mountains around here, up Larch Hills. We were looking for huckleberries, and it was really dry because it's gotten really dry, and that's another problem, right, is climate change. So we weren't finding any, and Janice was way off somewhere, and he yelled out, I think we better go, there's no berries here. And so I had been sitting in like a little gully because I wasn't finding any neither, so I sat down and was just like praying and meditating and just appreciating being there. And so I stood up from the log I was sitting on, and just as I stood up, I saw this huckleberry bush, the only one that had berries on it, and it was loaded. And because it was in a little gully, it was capturing the water, I guess, in the gully, so that was why they like lots of water, so it had an abundance of berries. And when I looked at that bush, it just literally, it lit right up, and the berries were actually sparkling like stars, you know? And it spoke to me. And your story you shared with me about the salmon berry was like, yeah, they speak to us and they need us to appreciate them, their abundance, to give back, to care for them. And so I think your stories are a hugely important part of remembering that, and I'm just so grateful for and excited for our work, because Natanis is one of our board members on our newly convened board of directors. And I've said it before, I know Mika and Sabina as well, and many other amazing folks around this part of the world who are doing this kind of work. So Cooksjam, a huge honor. And Cooksjam, everybody, for being here.
Check. Oh, wow, I'd like to have Natanis here for like a week, and she can feed all of us every day. Natanis, I'm so thankful to have met her and have the blessing of her presence, knowledge, experience, love in our lives. It's a really great honor to have some of my Nuu-chah-nulth family here from Ahousaht, and we share many relatives, knowledge keepers, language speakers, elders. It was really wonderful to witness Ahousaht and our neighboring community, Uklulithot, come on canoe to our event in Tokwat. We talked about our transportation routes and having everyone come, but we thought, well, we don't have enough time to do that, but we just put the idea out there, and then we still got 4 canoes to come. So even a little bit is good. Just that it makes me think too of when my grandmother used to talk about picking stuff, berries or anything, and say, oh, I don't have very much time, or oh, I don't have, and she said, no, even just a little bit is good. So whatever you can gather is good. It's always enough, or it's never enough. We have a very special offering from the Secwepemc Youth Dance Group, and I'd like to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves. But I'm really proud of them. It makes me so filled with joy to see our youth sing our songs, feel that confidence to be able to come up in front of our people and do that. So let's really give them a very warm welcome, and thank them for lifting our spirits too, the Secwepemc Youth Drum Group.
Thank everyone for being here. My name is Madalena, and these are my sisters and brothers.
Wagtuhuaita, Rasquest, Reed, Susan Romandia, Slaka Daskachin.
Wagtuhuaita, Hulhulatko Dickenskos, Skitus and Rens de Agens.
Wagtuhuaita, Roland Squest.
We're going to be singing the Blue Jay song to watch over and bless this beautiful area. Now we're going to be singing the Porcupine song.
Ah,
now we're going to sing the honor song to honor everyone who's here. Kuksham. Kuksham, everyone. Have a good lunch.
Kuksham.
Wow, Kuksham. Let's give it up again for the Secwepemc Youth Drum Group. Oh, so beautiful to hear their voices, their strong, beautiful young voices. We're going to break for lunch. We had our thank you to our loving caterers from Jill's Catering. Let's give them a hand. They made us a beautiful offering plate, which I have beautiful Dawn and her beautiful mother, Bernice, doing a lunch prayer for us today. And then we'll bring the offering to the fire outside. Cook's job.
call in our ancestors. I bring myself to the place of original instructions where we are to protect our lands and resources and all life in it and on it. And give thanks to all the energy sources that came together to provide our inner and outer medicine wheels with the nutrition that we need in these challenging times. Protect our people, keep us safe and protected. We stood with one of our warrior women last night when, with the police when they were there. And I think the ancestors give us strength where there is no fear. But now, not only are our people under economic attack, but the Canadians are as well. So I think the police need to turn their energy across the line now and hopefully leave us alone to protect our lands and resources and take care of our people and all life on our lands. May we always reciprocate to all of our energy sources by standing up for clean air, clean lands, and clean waters for all life now and for our future generations. Gukstjam, 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 gukstjam. All my relations.
MC microphone. Oh, hello, hello. Welcome. Oh, thank you so much for blessing our lunch in the good way. Once again, I would like the elders to be served first because they were here first, and we make sure that they're all dialed in and good to go. Then I would like my crew, which is going to have the shortest lunch break possible because they are busy. There are 30 of us here today. Give the Two Rivers crew a big round of applause, please, and thank you. They're going to take their quick lunch break because they got work to do, and then the general delegation can have their lunch when we get started immediately after. So if we can serve our elders first, then we'll serve our crew, who is working very hard for you to bring to you the Confluence. What did you guys think about the morning? Yes, amazing, amazing, amazing. I also just want to shout out, remember the story I told you earlier this morning? Well, Adam Smallboy is here and his family's here, so if you want to go say hi and introduce yourself, please do. No spoilers, please. Thank you. But enjoy your lunch, and we'll talk soon. Let's get that playlist rolling. Have a good lunch.
Yummy. Oh, and all this beautiful food here. I just can't stop looking at it.
That sounds perfect.
Does anyone know, is the fire going outside? Yay, I love that. I really love that. Wouldn't it be beautiful if every community had a building like this? Wow. It's a dream, it's a vision, so just keep thinking about it and we'll make it happen. This next half of the last half of our last Confluence presentation day, this next artist is very dear to my heart, dear to my family. I met Tanya through a collaborative artist that I worked with quite a long time ago, Jay Saloom. We were doing a 3-year project at the Kamloops Art Gallery. I spoke about this earlier the first day. And Tanya was one of our guest artists at that time. But I recognized Tanya's name because Red Wire magazine, and all the incredible art that she did in exhibitions at like Grunt Gallery at the time, and just being one of those really cool artists that you think, oh, I gotta meet this person, I want to be their friend. And so we got Tanya to come, and she did a really incredible guest artistry presentation and worked with our youth, and we've just been keeping in touch throughout the years, and I really hope to work with her more. But please welcome to the stage, and I'll have Tanya introduce herself more in more depth, but please welcome to the stage Secwepemc artist Tanya Willard.
Okay, I got my own mic. White Kwahuaitep, Resquest Tanya, Mutka na Laweka, na Niskein Esh, na Secwepemc. I'm Tanya Willard. I live near Nisconlith Lake, what we call Laweka. That name was shared with me from Annie Michelle for the area that we live in. I'm from Nisconlith. My grandma, Ethel Jones, was from this community here, from Splatcheen. And my grandparents are Leonard Willard and the late Ethel Jones. And I grew up in Armstrong and also visiting my dad regularly in Nisconlith. This is a bit of a different stage and a bit of a different context for me for a talk, so, and I don't know how to operate everything, but I'm really happy to be here. I am so excited for Mika's program to be here in Splatcheen, and really thank them for their incredible work. For the presentations before and the presentations the other day. I think it's such an exciting thing to hear from so many people in our communities and our families who are doing such exciting work. I'm going to share a bit about some of my art practice and what I do as an artist. I call myself an artist and a curator, and I also teach art at UBC Okanagan in Syilx territories, and I've been doing that for a couple years, but my work in the last sort of decade, since, maybe it's a decade and a half now, since I moved home to Nisconlith, has really been shaped and changed by connections to the land where I live at Laweka, and also to my community, some of which are here today. And I learn from so many of them. We're in language class together. I was so proud to hear the Secwepemc song group and hear your songs. It just really fills me with a lot of love for our communities. And I think maybe we don't always take the time to talk about the love and pride we have in our communities. So I am definitely so thankful to be here and feel like we could just be also sitting around and visiting. So though I'm on the stage and going to share a bit, I learn from all of you and I celebrate all of you here today. And so I was an art kid in high school in Armstrong and learned from that process, but also always knew where we were from. My grandmother, Ethel Jones from Splatcheen, I remember she made a point of coming out to our graduation, and she wanted to make sure that we were acknowledged in this community as well when we graduated, and that was really formative for me. And the part of our Secwepemc art and heritage was always missing a bit from my experience with art and that I was learning in school. And though I went on and did my undergrad and a master's, it's really been the connection to land and community that has shaped the way I think about my practice today. This is just an image from an exhibition at Kelowna Art Gallery. It was a result of some work I was doing that I'll talk about, looking at materials in the American Museum of Natural History from our Secwepemc communities that was collected and written about in the late 1800s, early 1900s, particularly the Jessup expedition and some of Tate's anthropological work that reference our communities and some of our art practices. So I was really interested in the kinds of art that we're making that are land-based, and thinking about the place of the gallery and art making in a way that was unlearning some of the other material I had learned in art school. And so this was an installation looking at basketry designs from Stuk, cedar root baskets. And this particular design was really interesting. Livingston Ferrand, who worked with Boas and Tate at the time in that late 1800s, early 1900s period, they recorded a number of basketry designs on cedar root basketry, and they kind of wrote explanations of some of the designs. Keep in mind, these are people who visited our communities briefly, and our elders here and people who know those practices are the true experts. But sometimes there's also a gap in these knowledges, and so I was looking at this material, and this particular design was described as an entrails design, like viscera, guts. But I also started to think a lot about what it meant when we harvest animals and what goes back to the land, and also how to celebrate that and think about that in my work. And so I took that design, I made it some pop art colors to kind of really bring it out. And this is like 24 feet high or something and like 20 feet wide. So it was really made a statement. And I was interested in making that statement because so much of our basketry practices, our stuk, our meme, they sit in museum collections unacknowledged in terms of the makers. And so I wanted to make this big and in your face and to celebrate that art form. So when I first moved home, I had been working with Dolores Purdyby, who's a master basketry artist. Also, I'm wearing, though, Jerry Thomas's awesome birch bark hat. So I just want to, it often is part of my collection, but I was like, when else can we wear our cool Secwepemc art than at an event like this? So I'm wearing it today. But I was interested in learning birch bark basketry, but not just making one basket, but to really think about it in terms of the philosophies and theories and ideas and family time, everything it represents for us in our communities. And so when I first moved home, I had an infant, a skuya, and another on the way. And I wanted to learn basketry, and so I wrote Canada Council for the Arts grant to work with Dolores. And at the time, I was thinking, I'll learn birch bark basketry because it's a little bit easier than cedar root, which, has some various interpretations, like as in it took me a long time to learn birch bark basketry meme. And when I did so, I was also wanting to comment on my life today. And I tried to eat healthy and everything, but also my kids were really young, and I was running around doing all kinds of stuff, language class, university, building a house at home on my res in Nisconlith. And so I definitely went through a few too many drive-thrus. You'll see from this image here. And also, my kids would fall asleep, and I didn't want to wake them up. So I thought about our foods a lot. We had this amazing presentation, Dawn and Natanis. And so I wanted to make this combo. This work is called The Combo. And so I wanted to take what I learned from birch bark basketry and turn that into forms that were sort of commenting on these different lives we lead. And so I made this whole burger, drink, and fry set. which was cool because I worked with like understanding the pattern. So I had made traditional style meme birch bark baskets before, but like Jerry does, I also was interested in innovating on the form of and following patterns. I realized we can make different kinds of patterns, and actually you learn a lot about cuisine, about birch bark, when you also try to work it in different patterns, and sometimes it doesn't work because you really learn a lot about it materially, like where the lenticels are, the horizontal lines on birch, that those are vulnerable areas. Part of this project was also learning how and when to harvest with Dolores on our Tamiuch, and what times you harvest, and also beautiful lessons along the way, like Dolores makes sure we don't throw away any bits of bark that we cut off, right? You collect those and you bring them back to the land. And so this was an early project for me in our home territories where I was supporting an artist in some ways and also learning, and I continued to work with Dolores, who's offered a lot to a number of us who've learned basketry in our communities and continue it as a practice. And this is, I think, what has taken me a long time, is that Natanis, you were mentioning, it's like I didn't want to just do it once or just do it for a project, but to develop it as a practice, as something we would regularly do. And also there's 3D glasses there for, for the combo, you get a little treat. This is another piece. This is a bit more recent, and I'm trying to show work that will also kind of talk more about the ways that I'm focused on land-based ways of working and how that comes out in my art practice. But this is at Union Station in Toronto. It's like a really busy central portal of urban traffic in downtown Toronto. And I wanted to have these poetic kind of thoughts and meditations and images that related to things I was doing on the land. So learning basketry, it's a birch bark basket here, some cedar, and also some moose antlers. And so they're all meditations on gratitude. The center one saying, a memory as smoke, a memory as medicine. They're thinking about and they're offering gratitude for everything I'm learning and doing on the land, and the people and families and communities who I'm doing that with. And they're my way of offering a way of thinking to that busy, traffic artery in downtown Toronto, to take a moment and think about our land, to take a moment and think, how that supports us as human beings on this earth. So I'm kind of going to go through images of artworks that I've made and talk a little bit about the ideas behind them to hopefully introduce a few of the ways that I'm thinking and working at home in Nisconlith. This is a piece, this is a quote from the 1913 Land Commission, the McKenna McBride Commission, which of course was infamous in taking a lot of our reserves out of reserve status, and also our reserves are not our territories, right? That's Indian Act construction, a colonial construction, and our land is our land. But this was a quote from William Parrish, who was Francois Parrich's brother, which was Adeline Willard's family line that I'm connected to. Adeline and Isaac were my great-grandparents. And William Parrish testified in the 1913 commission, and this was part of what he said. He said, I don't want to sell my rights and I don't want to lose my land. And I envisioned this quote as being on this kind of dance shawl. That's what I envisioned, but it turned out way bigger because I don't make dance shawls, so it's kind of like for a bit of a giant maybe. But it also kind of functioned as maybe, you see people carrying banners or protest signs. And then other images are from the 1926 delegation of Secwepemc and Interior chiefs who went to petition the king, and then also a representation in the pink of a piece that's in the American Museum of Natural History collection that's attributed to Secwepemc. These works also are made on reflective safety material, so that actually you shine a flashlight at them and they sort of reflect the light back to you. And in that material choice, I'm thinking about these histories and how we can look through them and understand more about our rights and our families and our connections to the land. They're quite bright in person. So some of you may know this Satlecha, Elder Chief Louis, whose name was also, I'm going to forget it for a minute. I'm going to come back to it just because I'm talking a lot. Chlachchlachkin was his Secwepemc name, from what I understand, from what I've read and been told. And he was a really important Secwepemc chief to Kamloops. And he ended up being a part of this project that I was doing in looking at the collection of material in New York at the American Museum of Natural History from this period of time that I was trying to learn from. And he was a well-known chief at the time and an important one at a transition period for Secwepemc people. And this is his bust that's at the American Museum of Natural History. And so these were not on a website or anything. I have this way of navigating and using intuition to kind of read and find things. And I read this article about Harlan Smith, who's an anthropologist who worked at that time, and plaster casts he did. This is from Life. Plaster casts he did of Indigenous peoples. And this was part of what they call salvage anthropology at the time, this idea that we were going to become extinct, and this idea that people would go around and measure us and photograph us and find ways to talk about us as different racial types. So it's a very flawed process of racializing us, and which is another way of dehumanizing us to take away our lands. And I had read about this, but didn't know that these plaster casts existed in this way. I piggybacked on art stuff. So I had a show in New York, which was really fun, some other work with friends. And I wanted to investigate this collection. And I was going to school at the time at UBC Okanagan. And I knew that using the institution would help me get into the collection in a way that would be harder as just a independent artist person from my community. And so I did all the proper permissions and in terms of the institution and went over. And like I said, I had never seen a picture of these before. They weren't available online. You won't find a picture of this online on that website in their many huge collections. But I went there and they had brought out the pieces I was looking at to see. And I walked in and I immediately recognized Chief Louis, right? He's so recognizable. And I was like, that's Chlachchlachken, that's Chief Louis. And there's also a number of other individuals, 5 men from Kamloops who were plaster cast. And what I was really thinking about was why they would say yes to this process. They would have to have said yes because it's quite invasive when you cast somebody's face. They have to put this stuff on their face and breathe through straws. And later on, as I was looking at this material, I learned from Marianne and Ron Ignace from Skitchison, that they had documentation where Harlan Smith, in a lecture down in America, had talked about how he tricked Chief Louis to say yes to have his facial cast done by telling him a copy of it would be given to the Queen. And of course, at that time, the royalty, that represented our nationhood, right, to the original colonizers of the Queen and King, and the declarations at that time that recognized our sovereignty. And so I became really interested in thinking about these castes and the way that they were connected actually to our land rights, and what it represented that this trickery was happening with this anthropologist, and the consent was really debatable. And then also, if you notice in the bottom corner, it's kind of stretched out here, the image, but it's inscribed Shuswap Indian. So it doesn't give his name. It didn't represent how it was supposed to be given to the Queen and acknowledge his leadership and our communities. It became a type, right? This is a type of Indian we call Shuswap. And so in the artwork that I made, which I think is later in the series of images I have, I had this 3D scanned. So I had it 3D scanned in New York by a company. They sent me the scans, and then I had it CNC cut out of a maple burl that my dad had brought home from some forestry stuff he was doing. And he, you know, my friend said this, they said, oh, well, he's thinking like a sculptor, like he saw something in it. And they'd been just sitting around for a while. Maple burls are really cool, and they were these big burls. You can't fabricate them. They have to be grown naturally because they're a different kind of way the cells form in the tree. And so I cut his image from this scan out of a maple burl and then changed the inscription. So it no longer said Shuswap Indian, it said his name in Secwepemctsín. And that was a kind of a process of, oh, thank you. It was a long and convoluted way to get there, but I got there through my art practice. You know, it's what I work in, it's what I have to offer. There are many different ways that we work, and sometimes artwork is not seen in the same kind of light as different kinds of advocacy and political ways that we work, but I tried to bring that consciousness into my artwork and to work responsibly with the artwork and the way that I do my work. This was Alex Sarent. I might not be saying his last name properly. He was also cast, and this was sometimes shown in exhibits, and so they painted him fully, right? And so there was a facial, I'll explain this process maybe for people who are interested. There was a facial cast made in the field in Kamloops when they were there in the late 1800s. That was sent off to New York, and then a sculptor in the exhibitions department, he took that, made a positive, and then put them on this kind of European bust form, right? This kind of statue form that we're used to seeing. And then again, this one is also inscribed Shuswap Indian. There's two other Scalach, there's two other men who were facial cast, but I wanted to show the inscription on the back of this one. This is Louis Falardeau. These men's names were recorded, but they were sort of, they weren't like with the photographs or with the casts, and so I had to do some work to sort of connect it all again. But this one says Louis Falardeau, half-blood, Shuswap Indian. So it also shows this ways that blood quantum and division were used by Europeans in, I think, many ways are still used to divide us. He was a member of communities, and he was, you know, obviously with these 5 other men who were cast. So this is a false kind of division and a racial eugenics kind of program to say, you know, to make sure people knew he was a half-blood. Which I am too. My mom's from Scottish-Irish background. She's a roan. I introduced myself in Secwepemctsín, but also important for me to introduce my white side, my Summit side as well, who have taught me a lot and who are beautiful people and beautiful family who also made their living doing ranching on the land, and I grew up connected to a bit of their horse ranching. And there's many problems with, of course, understanding between our communities, but I try to honor where I am. This is another interesting document I just wanted to quickly mention. I looked through a number of different things when I was there, because like you're there and you have a chance. I had 2 days to just be immersed in the archive. And these are census kind of records that are measurements. So part of that racializing they were doing of our people and other Indigenous people and other people of color was measuring, you know, the distance between your eyes, measuring the width of your nose, measuring all these things. And they did this on children at, as far as I know, like a residential school type location. You can see these were, I don't know if Boaz was there or if it was under his direction, but what's buried in these documents, it says 149 females, right, and 240 records from Kamloops. When I leafed through them, there was just such beautiful names. So actually, they also record a number of names in Secwepemctsín, in Coquitlamctsín, and others. And I just quickly absorbed them, but you know, some of these records are available, and you know, definitely people should be advocating and petitioning if you're interested to, you know, to be able to look at some of them. a pair of siltsu'ui in the collection that are attributed to Secwepemc. And I also, I did this work and I wrote my MFA thesis. I was doing my schooling at the time. You can look at this online. It's called Casting Light, but I don't have all the pictures in there. Those are for, some of that is for our community as well. And so I really wanted to share a few of the photographs I took so that you could, you might not have been there in person a couple years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago now maybe, in New York with me, but you can be there now and see these things that are as much a part of our families and culture and as much ownership that is ours as is the museum's. This one I made some artwork for because it was really beautiful. It was a child's marmot skin cape. And it was just lined really beautifully. All the fur had kind of, been worn away because it was from the late 1800s. And it had this really beautiful kind of plaid liner. And I made a kind of replica because I just thought it was so beautiful. And it was child size. And so I thought about all our children and all the struggles to retain our culture. And this one was really meaningful, beautiful piece for me. These are some other materials in that collection which were labeled Secwepemc, and you might see forms that are a bit more associated with Cree cultures, the octopus bag form, but these were labeled Secwepemc with also like a Cree question mark, and to me they point to the amount of connections and trade and family connections and intermarriage that was part of our governance system and part of our circulation in our territories and connecting with a number of other neighbors around us. It's a lovely detail of some of the beadwork. I was thinking a lot about how there is sometimes a distance between our artworks and what we have access to. Sometimes families have beadwork or basketry, but I really wanted to connect and recirculate these images of things that are attributed to Secwepemc in this particular collection, and there's more in other collections across Canada and into the States because of the sort of international conversations at the time through anthropology. This is a lovely bag that's in that collection. I showed some of these, I was taking language classes with Mona Jules at the time and Marianne Ignace, and I showed some of these, and they helped me translate a kind of a very basic version of what I was doing into Secwepemc Sheen for my paper. But she recognized some of these flowers as columbines, which I thought were lovely. It's a lovely wildflower we have. Look at these leggings, hey? They're beautiful. Yeah. Oh, I'm standing in the way, thank you. Okay, no, I'm gonna go back. Sorry about that. As like I was saying, I'm less conscious of the stage here in this format. I'll show them again because this is what I wanted to do, is show them and show this work that you won't, maybe some of you haven't had a chance to see. And I can make these images available. I've shared them with other people in the community at different times. And if you're interested, please grab me and talk to me. This is a lovely pair of leggings. There were just 2 or 3. It's not a huge collection. There's like maybe a dozen or so pieces. There's also some baskets I'm not showing here, but I did photograph several birch bark and cedar root baskets. And then back to some of the work that I'm doing at home. This is a mural done with Guillermo Aranda and a number of people back home with Kanahus Manuel and Mayuk Manuel, who wanted to see something along the road, along the highway, beside the what was at the time Songhees gas station. And there was an interest in asserting our rights in place by having this mural on the side of the highway. And this is their idea, but they knew I was working in the arts, and they asked me if I would help write this grant and bring up this other artist who is an amazing artist from like California area, who had a history of the kind of social justice murals from Chicano artists. And so we hosted Guillermo Aranda and his partner, Kanahus and Mayuk did, and worked with community to develop this mural, which is still there today. So if you're driving by Canco gas station now, this mural is outside, and we painted it together from the community. The other side of it is painted now as well. I'm gonna forget the other artist's name. If anybody knows it, you can shout it out to me. So this is another basket, cedar root basket from the Banff White Museum collection. So every time I'm sort of brought in as an artist to different places, if they're part of an area that has museums, I'll check them out and I'll look specifically for cedar root baskets. And this was a lovely basket, not necessarily attributed to Secwepemc, but with baskets it's a lot harder to, because when they were collected, the areas they were collected from weren't noted very well, so they often get mixed throughout the interior. But I'm also interested in reactivating and learning and working with our artistic heritage. This is Dolores Purdyby, who I mentioned, who's from Salmon Arm, Nisconlith, as Secwepemc artist, basket maker, and I've been learning from Dolores for, I guess, a decade or more, decade and a half, and she still comes out and works with us for groups to learn birch bark basketry. So this is outside my home at Loeka, and we had some folks from the Indigenous Art Intensive, which is a project I do at UBC Okanagan, as well as some people from home, and we made our beautiful meme. That's a repeat. So this is an example of a mural project I did with also Anita Rose at Snutetqua, who came to help me. And so that project where I photographed the basket in Banff, then I drew it out from the photograph, but I wanted to trace every stitch, so I'm also learning birch bark basketry from Dolores, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't just generalizing the design, but that I drew every stitch, just like when you're making it, you're putting your intention and working to get every stitch in there, and then I made it into a stencil that was like 8 feet square, and then Anita Rose and I, Snutetqua, we went out to Banff and worked over 2 or 3 days to spray paint this stencil on these boxes they have that acknowledge different Indigenous artists with connections, like their nations have connections to Banff. Also, there's so much schosa around there, hey? There's so much soapberries around there. It really feels familiar, that land. And mosquitoes. These are some other baskets. Earlier on, I did some casting. So these are making a cast from a basket, birch bark, and trying out different materials again, but they're cast in plastic, so they're really less beautiful. They're sort of vulgar in some ways to cast plastic from our beautiful meme, but I was interested in creating more and reproducing from this one basket. I just show this briefly. This was a show of Christine Hardy's baskets. She was Secwepemc, I think near Clinton was where she was from. And she was a prolific basketry artist who's often not named, but her grandson does a lot of work and knows her practice. And so I wanted to show this because so often our artists aren't named. And in this case, her grandson came in and saw this basket and recognized it as his grandmother's. And so when they did publishing, they were able to bring her name as the artist back into connection with the work. I'm just going to show a couple more images, again, working from basketry designs. This is translucent vinyl on an architectural building. Again, so that people can't overlook our baskets, I like to make them big and architectural and think through them as ideas and philosophy. I think I'm getting short on time, so I'm just going to blast through a couple other images. This was a fundraiser I did for Tiny House Warriors, but particularly it's also a picture of a woman who had her baby at Standing Rock, and I try to hold up people who are doing that work. Some other fun works that are often shown in galleries, that this one celebrating our tax-exempt income, but also the ironies of that, and this was shown in Cincinnati. I've been making these bins that also come from the state of being on alert during wildfires and thinking about having to move our materials and how when you're supposed to grab the most important things to you, and sometimes that's our cultural materials. So I've been making these Rubbermaid bins that have a birch bark basketry top, and these are some installations. And sometimes I'm working with changing all the light that's coming into the gallery, because galleries can be sort of contained and removed from the land, and I often want to think about that relationship still with at least the light that's coming in. And these are very recent pieces that are still being launched. I did 6 of these. They're fire spheres that are done with Secwepemc Landmarks Project. Some of the elders who are here for that project, you know, Kukstakuk, such an incredible project to be a part of. We visited a number of sites and developed imagery from those visits with many elders, a really incredible project to be a part of. And they assert Secwepemc place name and imagery that are related to site and related to connections and story from site. And for me, this work is importantly activated by a fire. So sometimes it's a wood fire, sometimes it's a propane fire. In one instance, it'll be light at night, but it's meant to represent our ongoing connection and rights to our lands. And so this has been a beautiful project to be a part of. In November, we launched the one for Kwa'aut, and before that, the one for Staltal Hus, Chase Creek Falls. Thank you. And I just wanted to take a moment to talk about this concept and this project, because this was a project that was led by Splacheen elders here and who really wanted to have a monument for those who experienced the residential school. And they have been self-organizing, they fundraise, you can find more about the group. And they wanted a monument, and they had an application process, and I was selected as artist, and we started working together, and then the government canned all the funding for this. And this project is so important to the elders here, and they work so hard to have their stories told. I continue to work with them. It doesn't matter that the money for, you know, fees and stuff is gone. I continue to try and work with them and try and fundraise to bring this project to reality. And the idea was we also have cedar root cradles, and I wanted to make this giant cedar root cradle that you could walk into, and not out of cedar, but out of different materials so that we could have it on that scale, that would also have survivors' names and lighting. And it was a whole landscape project that was meant to take place just over here where the portables are. And I just wanted to end on this project because it's so important to elders here, to my own grandma, Ethel Jones, who attended that school, and to the work that our elders want to see that acknowledge that experience and that we learn from moving forward. And so I want you today with me to collectively vision that whether it's this project or something, that the Splacheen elders here will see a monument that acknowledges all the people from this community who were harmed and the way that we can learn and change moving forward. So I hope you envision this around this building for us, because the power of our creativity and our art is something I really believe in. I feel like in different ways I've seen it save people's lives. I've seen it connect people, and it's where I can offer what I have. And so we have that power, we can visualize it, and it will be there one day for the elders here. So Kuksjam, Kukstakuk, thank you for listening to a bit of my art practice and journey. Sorry, I was blocking the images for so long. Let me know, I can go back to any others. I think I ended maybe a bit early. We'll see what's happening. Hi, Mika.
Check. Oh, again, I almost forgot what I was doing because just so enthralled with your artistry, Tanya. Let's give Tanya another hand. She's incredible. Such an inspiration, mentor, everything. So glad you could come be with us.
Thank you so much for the invite, Mika, and for this incredible showing of creative practice and hearing from so many of our communities and celebrating all of that creative energy that you bring, that is here already, and that together becomes really powerful for all of us.
Oh, Kuksjam. Judith? so inspiring to see Tanya's work grow and expand. And I really love how, and these artists come up, they're showing us the contemporary evolutions of our culture, of our ways, and how it continues to evolve. It doesn't just stay stuck in this far distant past where we never change and we don't continue to exist. It continues to evolve, transform, shift people's lives even. And it reminds me of where we started in the beginning of the Confluence, with the first presentation being of the path of the transformers. And one thing I've been putting into practice lately is that has to do with transforming energy, and I feel like it's been really effective, is when I worry about anything. It could be a family member or situation, doesn't matter. I just focus on the ideal, where I want, and I feel like that blockage of worry gets transformed into focusing on the ideal and what we want to happen. And the more that I did that, I found that the impacts had this ripple effect on on myself, my family. I would like to invite our beautiful sister Judith to the stage. Judith has been such a blessing to have with us. And her story is important. She's important. She's loved and she's valued. She's going to do a beautiful dance for us. Thank you. Could you explain it a bit? Okay, thanks.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I want to share a short song and also a dance. But also I want to share a short reflection about myself. I'm a mestiza, but why do I feel part of me as an indigenous? It is a choice of my heart. When I know where I come from and where my roots are, that connects me to the land of my ancestors. And from that connection, and by having the privilege of being welcome here, I connect to the offering I have for this territory and its communities. Yeah, I think that Mexicanity was also a political strategy, a process of colonialism, assimilation to erase the indigenous identity of my people in Mexico. But that root is still alive in the essence, in the memory. I feel it when I sing the songs, when I do the traditional dances, when I do ceremonies. And as a medicine grandfather on the Diné Nation told me last year, we can connect with the earth just by walking on it and knowing that we are a part of it and it is a part of us. And I think that it is important to recover this connection. And yeah, my grandmother never told me about her Tenec roots because she was ashamed of her origin. So, but she had practices such as herbalism for healing, among other indigenous traditions. I believe that in those ancestral cosmogonies and practices, such as exists a lot of wisdom that we need to implement in our lives every day and our spirit, and yeah, share it with new generations as a part of continuous healing process to rebuild broken tissues and to make them stronger in communities by decolonizing the systems and creating options for a healthier and more harmonious life. So I try to do this practice in my life and try to remember this wisdom. And yeah, this dance and music that I will present arose in the territory where my maternal grandmother was born. It arises a fusion and expression that combines indigenous quotidianity with Spanish and African influences in the Inquisition, an era of slavery and repression in 1500 in the region known as Gulf of Mexico. Sorry for my English, but I hope that you understand. And yeah, I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you for this opportunity to share with my heart. Thank you so much. I think it's okay. El amor en ausencia y es como sombra, y es como sombra, que más se aleja, más cuerpo toma, más cuerpo toma. El amor en ausencia y es como sombra, que mientras más se aleja, más cuerpo toma, más cuerpo toma. Ay sí, ay sí, ay sí, ay no. La ausencia es aire que apaga el fuego chico, ya vive el grande, ya vive el grande. Saca tu taquito, velo sacando, que si tú tienes miedo, cielito lindo, yo estoy temblando. Saca tu taquito, tu mecedora, que aquí te está cantando bien de mi vida la que te adora. De los 100 imposibles, fin de mi vida que el amor tiene, ya le llevo vencido, cielito lindo, 99. De los 100 imposibles que el amor tiene, ya le llevo vencido, cielito lindo, 99. Ay, 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 solo me falta una, y eso lo venceremos, cielito lindo, con la fortuna. Saca tu quietito, velo sacando, que si tú fueras sol, cielito lindo, yo fuera el campo. Saca tu taquito, bien de mi vida, siéntate acá, que te quiero ver sentado con mi mamita, con mi papá.
Judith.
Thank you so much, beautiful Judith. Let's give it up for Judith again. I really appreciate the connections that we've been able to have with our Turtle Island brothers and sisters. And I'm very grateful for our opportunities that we have to work with our brothers and sisters from other parts of Turtle Island. I'd like just to take a moment to acknowledge all of our crew and the work that they do backstage, in the back, the front of house, the cameras, video world in the back, all of our helpers and technicians, and there's just so much going on behind the scenes, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So let's give a hand to the Two Rivers Remix crew. They're a pretty brilliant team to work with, and I love and respect each and every one of them. And I always appreciate when new people are able to be brought into the circle and learn. And we do a lot of mentorships as much as we can, and we take every opportunity we can. And an example of one happening this time is with our graphic recorder, Karina and Jesse over there. So I just want to tell a little bit of the story of our graphic recording journey. The first Confluence we ever did was virtual. It was in October 2021. I don't know if anyone was there. Were you there, Dawn? Yes, I think you guys were. And it was really lovely even. It was interesting because it was all online, so I was in my little tiny house in Ashcroft, and a bird flew in my flue, like into the wood stove pipe into my house 3 times while I was trying to do the online virtual Confluence. And at the time we had a graphic recorder from Nunavut or something. It was so far up north, but they did it virtually, and it was beautiful. The next year we couldn't find anyone, and I happened to go to the Talking Stick Festival, and I just happened to sit down randomly beside this beautiful young lady that I was like, hey, what's your name? And she's like, I'm Jessie. And then I said, well, what are you doing here? And she's like, I'm doing graphic recording. I was like, wow, I've been waiting to meet a graphic recorder. So we invited her for 2 years in a row to the Confluence that was in Anaukin for the last 2 years. And she has a really beautiful story too of her people and her reintroduction to her people. And it's really special that she gets to come be a part of our Two Rivers Remix family. So thank you, Jessie. Let's give a hand for Jessie. This year, when we decided also to do the law gathering in Victoria, we had been introduced to Karina. And it so happened that we had met Karina before at the, I believe it was a 2019 or 2018 Two Rivers Remix. 2018, yes, with Takaya Blaney. She was playing guitar with her, so I was like, wow, we've already met. So it was really beautiful how these two people came together. We had wanted Karina to work with us for the law gathering, and then we had asked her to come to this one, and we got Jessie involved, hoping that there could be some sort of mentorship opportunity, and it's just so beautiful to see them just working together there. So let's give a hand to our graphic recorders again. Cook's Jam for your beautiful work. And yeah, we have really beautiful, it's so beautiful to see the visuals of the Confluence each year, to see different artists and just to see how, to be reminded of the presentations and the quotes and the presenters and just the energy and the vibration. And I love the graphic recording because it's very in the moment. You have to be really present and really open. And I really appreciate that. I like how it teaches as well, just by witnessing it, it's teaching us. And just to see the beautiful creations that are being made, it's to have that as a witness as well of all of this work is really important. So I'm really thankful for that. We've had to have a little bit of a change in the scheduling, just letting you know. One of the people in the panel is just having to deal with a family emergency, and we're hoping that they will join us later. And so we're going to go ahead with we've called it the Usman panel. Yes. And we came up with the name kind of last minute because we didn't want to just call it the youth panel. And we didn't actually guide it to be a youth panel. At the end of the last Confluence, we ended up having an elders panel that ended the whole Confluence, and as well as opened up our celebration. And it ended up being all these beautiful matriarchs. And so when we were planning this next one, we were trying to plan the panels, which can be almost like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. And it just so happened that it ended up that the youth pretty much were taking over the last panel of our day. And I thought how wonderful that is that we ended last time with the elders, and this time we're going to end with the youth panel, but we're not actually going to end with it. On the schedule, we were going to have the red wire panel. We're going to switch those. So we are going to have a 15-minute break. 15 minutes or 10? Yep. 15-minute break to get ready for this next Usman panel. And we'll get to, it's going to be moderated by the beautiful Marlene Hale. Woo. She has been gathering information from each of the youth. And I really love the way that Marlene communicates, period. And I think I'm getting cut off here. So let's take a break. And then we'll come back with the Usman panel.
Hadi, hello, bonjour. Marlene Hale, Saizozi. My name is Marlene Hale. Je m'appelle Marlene Hale. Sai Wet'suwet'en Hot Hozit. I am Wet'suwet'en. Je suis Wet'suwet'en. Lexilio Hot Hazit. I am Lexilio, the small frog clan. Je suis Lexilio clan de la petite grenouille. Sai Quinbiech, Wet'siti Heisley. I belong to the Quinbiech, the house beside the fire. Je m'appartiens à la maison près du feu. Niwadini Ze Buzi Udigwats. Our house chief's name is Udigwats. Le nom du chef héréditaire de notre maison, c'est Udigwats. Skyze, Denise, Zakuze. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, my name is Marlene Hale, and I'm from the Wet'suwet'en Nation. I would like to, today, to invite this panel, which you call the Pushman panel, Marlene Hale with all the youth. And I would like to first acknowledge that I want to welcome each and every one of you to the youth, and that the land that we're gathering on, the Secwepemc territory, for thanking them for sharing and allowing us to tell our stories and giving us this time today. And so, first I would love to give them a big warm welcome to my first panelist, Jessie Tustin. Let's give her a round of applause. Jessie goes by the pronoun they, them. They are from the Cheslata Carrier Nation, Burns Lake, BC. They reside in Vancouver. They is a graphic recorder, entrepreneur, multimedia artist with a focus in illustration. They attend all the markets in the Lower Mainland with their handmade prints, stickers, and edged beaded earrings that they are wearing, and their Instagram at the Dragon Studio. Welcome, the Lil Dragon Studio. Welcome, Jessie. And welcome, Jessie. And for my next panelist, Kiva Morgan Hall. Kiva goes by the pronoun he, him. He's a Secwepemc and Nushannuth. He's a musician, producer, actor, a model, and a youth coordinator, and raps with the Malawan Collective, which we will be hearing tomorrow. Welcome, Kiva. My third panelist, Victoria Redson. Victoria goes by the pronouns of they, them. Dene Celine and Nahito, they are the artist from Reindeer Lake. They are the multimedia artist and language learner, working on a film that explores ancient Dene caribou hunting practices with their family to further food sovereignty without fossil fuels. That's applaudable. They returned home after living in Wet'suwet'en territory, which I commend them for, my nation, and at the Unistoten Healing Center for 3 years. Very applaudable. They help out with food and Freedom School Garden and take teachings back to their territory and hope to have a movable Freedom School. I love that. Welcome, Victoria. My next panelist will be, it's okay, Madalena Romanda. Madeline is going by, let's give her a warm welcome. Madeline goes by the pronoun of she and her. She's from the Secwepemc and Oslone. She's a mother, we met earlier, the beautiful, little, adorable baby. She's a nursing assistant and in the Secwepemc language program also. That's really commendable. She's a member of the Secwepemc Youth Drum Group, which we heard just earlier. Beautiful. Thank you for joining us. My next panel will be, my eyes are just a bit glary here, sorry. Kwekulis Dick, I hope I said this right. Quail Kuel Dick. They go by the pronoun of she, her. It's from Skeechton. They drum and sing every week on Wednesdays and Thursdays. They are the member of the drum group, again, Secwepemc Youth Drum Group. And you know, they're looking for a new name. And so maybe we can give them a hand with that. And they are also an apprentice in the language revitalization, member of the Secwepemc Youth Dance Group, which we will maybe have something to help you with. They want to have a new name. And thank you and welcome for joining us. Our next panelist will be Kaylee Van Stone. Kaylee Van Stone, she goes by the pronouns of she, her. Sequilos is from Okanagan and the Secwepemc artist focusing on music, poetry, dance, regalia, and instrument making, and language and culture revitalization. Could you just pass me that sheet there, please, honey? So I'm just going to go to my computer, so you have some of the students missing. I don't have them all on the next ones. I've got them on my computer. Just bear with me. So I've said Madeline already. Madeline, I've said already. Okay. Because we've changed some. Angeli. So our next contestant, Angel. Angel, come forward. Yes, thank you. We changed some of these around, so that's okay. Angel Morgan Hall goes by the pronouns of she, her, and they are from the Secwepemc and New Channels, and she has worked with the Two Rivers Remix crew for almost the beginning and is now part of the video crew, as we see over there. Somebody's replaced her for now and is working on the cameras, and give them a big applaud. Angel Morgan Hall. I got Susan next. And so I've got Susan Romandia. Susan goes by the pronouns she, her, from the Nisqually Indian band, Secwepemc and Chumash, a mentor and apprentice in language revitalization, is a member again of the Secwepemc Youth Drum Group. Welcome. One person who could not make it, but will do a special presentation. But you know, this is how things work. We have somebody who stepped in, and I really want to say, Kali, come forward. No. Jacob. Jake, come on up. Jacob Thomas, he goes by he, him, the pronouns, and is from the Telekan Secwepemc Ugal. Am I saying that right? And is the martial arts. Wow, good for you. And is a rapper and an aspiring electrician. Thank you and welcome for joining us. Let's give them all a huge, big round of applause. Welcome and good afternoon, panelists. And I really want to say that I'm really happy we have just, you know, I've been sitting over there and saying, I need to speak to you. Half of you didn't know that you were going to be on, but you know what that is? You're all my newest little troublemakers, and this is what it's about. I want to say welcome. And also, you know, thank you so much, because you're going to be sharing, you know, all of your ideals and the expressions on all the things that you do, your art, your music, where you come from, and what you see for yourself in the future. And I'd like to, if you've all got a microphone, and so I will just start with that, Jesse. And I would just like to ask you, Jesse, about, you know, art is a very beautiful tool, and I've been watching you since day one. You've got your tool. You've had your tool in your hand. And tell us about what you are doing exactly there as a graphic. You've had a person who you're sort of like apprenticing beside. And you do both things. You're visual and she writes. And that's very different. And so let's just start with that, Jessie. Welcome.
Hello. I don't even know where to begin. Like I said, and has been mentioned before, I am a graphic recorder, and so I sit at events like these, and I try and capture as much as I visually can while still being present in the moment, and trying to do that in a cohesive storytelling way, which is what I am learning a lot about, because I've always struggled with illustrating my pieces in a storytelling way where it makes sense. And so kind of apprenticing under Karina just a little bit, they are teaching me a lot of really valuable skills and tips, and it's been really great because the job is really niche, and so there's not really a lot of people out there that can give me the advice and answer the questions that I have, because I'm trying to figure this out all on my own and making up as I go a little bit, as we all do. And it's nice to talk to somebody else who understands the job.
Applaud her, that's just awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Big applause, please.
Jessie, I also want to say that, through the few days, like, when you partner with someone like that, you sat beside yourself first, then you joined them, and now you two are a duo in a sense. You'll walk away with some skills that you both know. You're more visual, and like I said, she writes things out, and your job is very important. It really does. For the last 4 days, you are really captivating. I've been watching. You're very good at looking at, you take a photo, and you go back, and you know exactly what to put on. You could share some of that, what you did with us a little bit later. And when you express yourself through that, what are the challenges sometimes in your field of work that you find?
Being present in the moment and still standing back from a different space a little bit. You have to separate yourself from your work at the same time, because it can be very, very heavy, especially with some of the topics that are discussed. And it's a very healing environment, which is nice, but I'm here presently as a person, but I'm also here as a working person. So it's hard to separate my own feelings and emotions from the work, and making sure that I'm capturing the work as authentically as I can and representing everybody in the room how I hope they wish to be represented.
They will. I've been watching you, through, especially yesterday, then you joined them at the same time, and then I find that, what are the triumphs that you're going to see in the future for yourself doing this? I could see you doing it with films, and which I have seen in the past. They work with films, documentaries, huge big meetings, going to conferences, and getting yourself out there and amplifying your work. Totally. And I could be that. I can make you famous.
Sounds good.
That's my job, right? And thank you ever so much for that. And so the next person I give is Kiva. Kiva, we have had this conversation, your introduction last Two Rivers remix that I had, you were on the panel, and you really carried yourself so well. You're part of this production, you're part of this family, and you are family. And you have many youth looking behind you, with you, and you've built a community of youth. And through that, we've had this conversation where, where you find your challenges was in the last few days, you were not feeling well. You got you went to take that time for self-care, taking good care of yourself. Now you're back at it again. And tell us about where you are these days as a rapper and with Two Rivers Remix.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiva. As many of you know, if you don't, now you do. I'm Mika Morgan's son, Mika Morgan and Rob Hall's son. as a rapper, I don't like to really use the term rapper too much, even though I am, but more of a musician. I'd say Two Rivers really gave me a good grounds and platform to start growing up as a young Indigenous male. I kind of never really thought that rapping was something I'd be able to do. I just seen it, seen it on the TV. And I think something that really helped me inspiring to want to do it and having the confidence was seeing other people, like me doing it, like seeing Gio, he's in the back there painting. There's Jesse Seymour, I want to shout him out. A lot of other, I remember seeing Seven Generations rap group when I was a little kid, and that was pretty cool. Shout out all the Indigenous artists that gave I think it's really important to do it for yourself, but really remember that there's a lot of youth, like you said, that stand beside you or look up to you even. So right now I'm just really focusing on refining my message through my music and making sure that what I put out is positive and is as authentic as I can be as an Indigenous artist. This year I'm going to be kind of focusing on more studio time and recording rather than performing. And like you said, just taking that time to rest. As many of you know, performing can get quite exhausting. So having that time to rest is really important as a human being, knowing when to give yourself a little break. So you guys can expect some new music in the next coming year. And yeah, that's where I'm at. I'd like to thank my mom and my dad for pushing me to, mom's back there in the nest, my dad's somewhere around here, and for really pushing me to do what I wanted to do. So I'd like to leave every youth with that message, as well as to really push to do what you want to do, or anything that you believe. You can always just push a little harder and you can get there. So Cook's Jam.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Kiva, very much. Thank you, Kiva. And the next one is Victoria. I have read some special aspirations for you, as you had spent 3 years in my nation, in my territory. You got arrested. We've never healed from that, right? I applaud you, and from my heart, for standing for my people, our 22,000 square kilometers of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. When I heard that a lot of you young ones have been up there and have had the hands consecrated on you with the RCMP, you still come up shining, doing what you do. You have already got your future laid out with food sovereignty, with many things that you have aspired to go and come out to. I can't even explain to say to you what were your challenges. I already just said what your challenges, how you just leapt up from that, knowing that you stood for the climate. You stood for your future. And it is for all of your future that young ones like you come out and you do stand ahead, no matter what comes in front of you, and you faced it. I hope that in your time that you're able to take those moments in life to do self-healing, being with the elders, being with your own communities, trying to just walk that mountain, walk around those lakes, taking the time just to be with the 4 elements, the rivers, the lakes, the land, and the air. Because it's all those elements that you stood strong for. As young people, you need to be commended for that. Not to be thanked, just to saying we feel for you as a youth for what you have done. When I'm writing on my computer earlier, it took me heaps and bounds to thinking, you stood out with food sovereignty. You're working on a film that explores ancient Dene caribou hunting practices with your family. You're living out at Unistoten Healing Center, so you know Carl, all my cousins, and you've been with them for 3 years. but you're still going from there to your Freedom School garden and take the teachings back to the territory and hope, to have a movable freedom school. That's applaudable, hugely. Let's stand up for the young people. Show her the strength that she has. And we are standing with you and for you, and how much we are there for the children who stand up for the planet. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Have a seat. So Victoria, what I could just say with you is, what can you say to the future of the youth today? Yeah, I can give you a moment. It's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. Yeah, I was in Wet'suwet'en when I was 18, and I was arrested when I was 19 by the tactical RCMP with orders to shoot under Justin Trudeau. And my sister, who is with me on the front lines, is also at the first aid table, and I want to acknowledge her because we kept each other alive. But since then, we've lost a lot of young warriors and young people like Taryn and Bethany, and my grandmother, Sophie, also passed, and so many family members have passed since then. And I didn't know what to do after the healing center because I went there to heal, and then we got forcibly removed, and I had to see the chiefs get removed from their own territory. Standing beside them, and it kind of changed my whole perspective of what I need to do as a young person. I really need to keep alive, and yeah, just seeing all the young people pass away, it's been really difficult. So a lot of my time is focused on my siblings and my friends, and yeah, Kiva and I lost somebody as well who was really close to us, Caden Carfrey, and he experienced a lot of intergenerational effects from police violence and 60s scoop and being removed from culture and territory. So I think that's the most important thing for me right now is understanding who I am, and I've lost a lot of my elders as well, and language speakers, and my whole family, they're artists, and most of them were murdered. So I wasn't able to be with them as an adult. So that's part of why I moved to Wet'suwet'en, because I was able to learn those warrior teachings, and then came down to Shukutmakulu and learned from Kiev Flo and Don Morrison about the ways that this land heals and takes care of us, and that we need food to feed ourselves and to actually have nutrients and fish oils to feed our depression and feed our bodies and actually have healthy babies around us, and the water as well, and being at tiny house and seeing the way that the police interact with warriors. It reminded me a lot of teachings that I had from back out east, that there was a snake that came during 1492, and that snake was battling all these different nations. And that snake was beheaded here in these mountains by warriors. And that's why I feel the warrior culture is so alive here. And I don't have that back home. So that's why I gravitate towards here a lot. And my people, the Dene people, came all the way down. We always came down here. And there's Dene settlements all across these nations that we married into. And I'm really appreciative for being hosted here and just sitting with all these Shukutmak youth. It makes me feel really happy that you're all here, because I love to see that everywhere in every nation. Really strong singers and dancers. Yeah, I haven't spoken a lot about my time recently with the Yinta film and everything that's coming out, because it's still it permanently changed me as a person, and my whole family saw that. The PTSD from that changes your body genetically. And so it feels like I've been trying to relearn who I am in this new body that I feel that I have. And I think that's like something that warriors talk about a lot, is like the disconnection and the triggers and the pain that you experience from that. It's like out of body, like seeing a police officer, you know, that's like, you never know what's gonna happen. But right now, where I'm at in my body, in the healing work that I've done, I know that I'm safe and that I can keep myself safe and can control my emotions. And I feel like being around elders, they're the only ones who have taught me that I'm gonna be okay. So I really encourage young people to just be around elders, because they're not gonna be around forever. And we need to carry those stories, because they're the only ones who have been to residential school, and we need to carry those stories forward. And it's such a privilege to even see people who have survived that genocide, because they tried to kill us and they didn't. And I think it's just like one of the greatest honors to sit with people who have survived that. So, Cookstrom.
I'll give you a moment. I really put you, you know, in a spot where, you know, the times that we are dealing with now is very tough times, especially for the youth of today. When you come up at the time and you look at, that was January the 8th of 2019, when the Coastal GasLink put an injunction on my people of the Wet'suwet'en. And when it's people who come from all over the world, all over the land, from every nation to nation, who've come out and put themselves in front of what you call the front lines, you have no idea until you're really out there in the territory to knowing what an exclusion line is. And when children come up and they have that thing in with them, that drive, and then you still continue to wake up from that, and you still have that ability to take yourself and carry on and move on, is applaudable. And my heart is with you, and I thank you again ever so much. And Wet'suwet'en we say Masai, Tavi Masai, for what you have done. And thank you. And we'll carry on with Madalena Romandia. Her with, you know, a mother. And the little beauty that you are with you is going to be now, probably you'll be mentoring that one with a drum in her hand and song to sing, and you must be doing lullabies with your soft drums. And, you know, as a young mother, you are aspiring. A beautiful team you are of a family. I commended your mom today, because it is her that she has got the most beautiful family. You work together, and it's like you say, you practice twice a week when you can, and still maintaining to be a mother, a young mother. And I would like to just, you know, ask you, or, you know, what you would like to say to young people, you know, who are going into the arts and still maintaining your lifestyle. And responsibilities is huge. And that's what I would like you to share with everyone.
Well, yeah, I take my baby to every language class, so she's listening to a lot of language, and I sing her songs and stuff and bring her to every practice that I can make. I haven't been out much since I gave birth, because it's been pretty tough, but I think that we need to spend time with our elders for as long as we can. You know, our teachers like Kia Flo aren't here anymore to teach us their teachings, so if we don't learn them, we're gonna lose them. So I think it's so important that I take my baby to learn the language and learn the teachings, because residential school has taken a big toll on our people. I thank you for the work that you do too. It's really important we need to protect the land, and we need to do this for the future generations. I thank you for my daughter. I thank you for protecting the land for her too. Gukstem.
Tabe Masai, thank you so much, Magdalena. Stay well. Your beautiful little one is going to grow up to have an aspiring mommy, that is for sure. You are just really awesome, and a beautiful song today. I will carry that with me for a long time. You know, it's really medicine listening to the young ones drumming and singing, and knowing that they take this practice, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Quail? And so you're my next one, so, Quail, Dick, your pronoun is she, her. And from the Chichen, where you drum it's Wednesdays and Thursdays that you're drumming. And you've been a part of that group for some time, and this is your second time that I've met you. And what I would like to do with, to ask you is, with art, and which is drumming, your music, everything that you do, how would you like to maybe, the song that you come out with, and knowing that how it goes with truth, art, and reconciliation, where it comes in with reconciliation. As it's a hard question, but not really. You would like to make it better for the Indigenous peoples, right, as a youth. And you want to do that through your drumming and your singing. And you want to carry a message with you through that. What would you like to have that message be?
I'd like that message to be that we're still here and that the drum group of the nation is still beating.
That's beautiful. So we need to help you to find, and your group find, a new name. So hopefully if you can come up with something by the end of this panel, let's let them know. It's just through what we're talking about, what we're saying, and you want to change your name to something really, this is what it is, but truth, art, and reconciliation, all these beautiful things in mind, right? And I think we can, come through that. Susan, how are you? You're the part, so there's three of you, right? And so Susan, you're I don't know which one of you are the youngest, you look all identical. And so what would you say, Susan, to the other ones? You really have good harmony as sisters, as family, and with all of what you've got a brother there also, now you've got a little baby, so you've got a little one. I love it, the grandfather is in the scene. And how do you work as a family, on putting yourselves together? In one sense, you have to be very structured, right, in a way to keep your music alive and everything that you're doing. And so my question I would just want to ask you, how do we keep family together? Starting from your grandfather.
I think our group is like mostly women, and because sometimes in the nation we would kind of get pushed aside. So we kind of just started this as our own thing. And my sla'a, Henry Sauces, he just, I can't remember what he says, but he says he's like protector of women. Like he goes out of his way to just, step aside. Oh, it's, she's speaking right now. He's a great supporter in that way. Yeah, so it's a good example of how men should be. But yeah, so we practice, we check up on each other, we just communicate, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe we could come up with a new title, just with one word, right? you know, starting with where you're from, because that has to be, you know, you always have to have that in your title, right? Kiva, what do you think? Have some Songhees in the title of their new, you know, we're trying to help them out with a new name, right? So what do you think, where they're from first, and then what do you think after? I'm going to pick your brain because you're the musician, right? And put you on the spot. No pressure.
I didn't name the band. Ask my mom. She's the one, actually, she comes up with all the cool terms. Like Confluence, Rhizome, and the movable feast. Give it up for Mika Morgan, everybody.
And so I'm gonna, this is, you know, we're gonna leave it up to your mom now. Okay.
Yeah, Marlene said, Mom.
And so another member of the family will just go Angel. Morgan Hall, another member of the family that runs this whole organization, which is she, her, L is their pronouns. Again, from the Secwepemc Nunchal Nation. And you've been here with 2 years with the Two Rivers remix?
I've been here longer than that.
Longer than that?
Yeah.
Okay. For how long?
I can't remember the exact amount, but I know, yeah, I've been with them for workshops before Two Rivers was a thing, so it's kind of grew into it.
So as a family going through this all the time, it takes travel, it takes time. You're taking time from your friends and, you know, wherever you live. And, you know, you're all young, you have things you need to do, you know, social life. And you also have Two Rivers Remix. How do you two deal with that, your social life?
Well,
as a young person.
That's actually interesting because I've been trying to explore a lot of different options. So as grateful as I am for working with Two Rivers Remix, I love the crew and I love that I'm able to learn skills on the camera and such. But I just went to university for a couple years for business, and I'm going back, I believe, this fall. But I'm also interested in my passion for fashion.
Passion for fashion.
And so I do want to possibly go to schooling for that and bring in a sustainable and indigenous sort of eye to that. But right now is it's a little hectic, so it's more summers with Two Rivers and then my other life in the other areas.
You're the baby of Two Rivers.
Yep, that's how everyone sees me.
The baby of Two Rivers. You know, so you look up to Kiva, you've got, you know, your aunties, your uncles, everyone. And that's really applaudable to see, you know, a whole family organization. And you manage to always pull this amazing event every week. Nobody knows what thing. Nobody understands what the behind the scenes are. And to tell you have a family like what you have running it. All of you, thank you so much. That's applaudable. Seal, am I saying that right? No. Seal, your nation, where you're from. We're teaching each other language. Seal. And so, and then you're going by she, her, L, and this is exactly. You are focusing on your music, and you know your poetry. I love. That's a really good mixture, and dance. You have a multiple of things, and plus the language. I love that. And it really goes well in harmony. And it's something that in the end where I will, you know, tell you. One thing I wanted to ask you as what you are, poetry, number one, starting with that. What could you say where, and what you're writing, what your mind thought is, and where would you see yourself with truth, art, and reconciliation?
I think I'm doing poetry in the language, not really as reconciliation. I have, I guess, maybe some criticisms about that, or I feel like it's kind of assimilatory, and I feel like a lot of those discussions happened without our youth, and they're put on us, and so we have to, yeah, I guess navigate that. So I do poetry just to write about that, and yeah, I guess express those things in the language, because that's, I don't know, it comes a bit easier. And yeah, just to start out with what you know, and if it's kind of simple and small, then that's all you can say, then that's the truth you can carry forward. And I think just, yeah, being Indian and not worrying too much about, I guess, the settler society and what they're doing, and just kind of building ourselves up, like, amongst our own people. And I think when they're ready, they'll join us. I don't think it's something we can coax them to do. We should just, yeah, be ourselves and really nurture that.
And it goes in with the thought. That's beautiful. Thank you ever so much. Now, what I did was, my office was over there. Each and every you, I've had to come over to my computer and telling you, you know, what my plans were with this today and where it's going. And in my computer, when it was there, believes it was Jacob, did not be able to come and step in my office to put your name into my computer and just let me know what your pronouns are. You can give me the microphone? Thank you. And Jacob, where you are from, your beautiful parents.
My name's Jacob Thomas. I'm from Sugarcane. I go by he, him, son to April and Jamie Thomas. I think I said that again.
I thank you for stepping in, you know, on a panel where you belong, the youth that belong together. And and they do. And so what it is with a panel of youth, that you are all, you know, in something so special. Each and of you are inspiring, and you're inspired by each other. And you're inspired by something, what you have done, what he's done, where he's been. You've traveled. You are all right now going through a time in our lives that we have to be there for you. And we have to let you know that you're not in this together. And you don't just have family, you have people, you have nations as young people. And I would just like to ask you, Jacob, to share what you're going to be, you aspire to be an electrician, right? Yeah. And I wish, yeah, tell me about that.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody here who worked, put this together. A couple months back, I feel like I wasn't there mentally, but then I started writing music again. I started doing martial arts, and music helped my body and helped my mind, and martial arts helped my body and soul. And it really started to put things together for me. And that's why I decided I want to be an electrician. But I'm not just going to do that. I want to be a warrior.
Oh.
And that's why I started training jiu-jitsu. I believe it's good for everybody. And I aspire to be an MMA fighter.
Continue. It's your voice.
All right. And I just believe that music is good for our youth because sometimes you're in a dark place mentally. And I feel like music could help you out of that loop. And martial arts, it could help too. There's a lot of aggression, sadness in our communities. I believe that if you would just learn any martial art, it would help you immensely with your mental health.
You know, you pulled in a real vital component of the youth that are going today. It is mental health. And I'm glad you're addressing it, and I'm glad you've got it in front of you. Because mental health is something we are all dealing with in different ways. And it's not to say that we're there for you. We have the resources to pull in, which each and every one of you need. And self-care is not just going home, making sure you eat well, and that you have 8 hours of sleep. Self-care goes with your culture, and self-care goes with the land. And to make sure you have that land-based healing, and when you need it, walk to that river and shout yourself out. My mother taught me that. When my late brother passed away, she would get up at 5 in the morning. She'd walk a long ways down a river and shout out his name. It was her way of letting go of him and dealing with certain things. And you yourself, if you're just doing that self-healing, you're out with your drums, and you're out by the mountain, you're out by any elements. You take that with you, and you take a friend with you if you need to, and spend some time out there in those elements, and thinking, and you sort of grasp at yourself, how are you doing? And if you're not doing okay, that's why you're out there. You're the best space possible, out in the elements. And click very closely to your elders. And it's not hard for you to say, I need help. I'm here, I need to talk to you. And I need something, I need someone. And ingratiate the help that you get. And ingratiate the fact that you said, I need help. And don't hold anything back into your hearts, because it really is important. And you're important for the future, because you are the 8th generation. And right now, the time is here, and I have thousands of you all across this land. I call you all my little troublemakers. And you're the best troublemakers ever, because you're good young people, and you're standing for yourself, your culture, your families, and where you're from, who you're from. And you're standing, number one, why I mentioned to you to save your pronouns. LGBTQ+1 is my biggest advocacy right now on this planet, because they come from all walks. American, Canadian, no matter what countries they are, they reach out to me. And we are working on so many things, and it's one of my biggest initiatives across Canada right now, is on helping the youth of Canada. And it's called Our Decision, Our Future. It is your decision. It is your future we are out there for. And it is the eldership, the matriarchs, the patriarchs, who are standing there over you and making sure that you don't fall. If you do fall, what can we do for you? And we have the resources. That's one thing I have, is a lot of resources. Reach out. And I really love you, just what you did. You just all used your voice. You've amplified what you do. You amplified who you are. Most of all, you amplified your pronoun. Give them a round of applause for this. I have a gift for each of you. About a week ago, I am from Montreal, but I'm in the West Coast for a couple of months working on my film of systemic racism. You can see the making of systemic racism. And it is all of the sectors, whether it's health, education, environment, judicial, especially judicial, that I really work hard on. And I have been since January the 8th of 2019, since our people of the Wet'suwet'en went into what we did with where we are at. But about a week ago, I have shown this book. If you can show the book up, Truth, Art, and Reconciliation. Can you show it up there? And what this is, but it's written by a fellow by the name of Daniel Elliott. And through Truth, Art, and Reconciliation, he's an artist, he's a composer, and he's an elder. And through his book, I've had him on my webinar, which I have every week. And this is the book here shown behind you. And so what it is done, he's done many things on the missing, murdered Indigenous women through art and reconciliation. He has touched so many things in here. Shores of Indifference, The Spear Dancer, And you can all take a look at this book, but you're all going to be getting a copy of this book. And I will be getting your names from each of you. I've got your names. And Daniel lives in Nanaimo, so he's going to autograph it for each of you and take it with you and take the work that he's doing with what you have in your hand, whether it's a pen, whether it's your drum or your music, whatever it is, whatever you have, and think about that heart, art, truth, and reconciliation. Is why I asked you some of the questions that I have. And I just happened to tell Mika at the end, I said, oh, by the way, you're buying all these books for the kids. And they agreed, right? And that it is something of a tool for each of you to go home with. And when you see this and what Daniel Elliott, he has done things with counseling, the healing arts. He's got a lot in this book that could help you with your community development, anything that you're doing, in the fields of anything you want to be up in the end. He's also reachable. And so he will have his email and his contact. So if you do need a resource, you could just go to this book and go to an elder named Daniel Elliott. And I really want to thank you all very much for bringing out your voices, your stories, and your pronouns. And have we come up with a name? We need a name. Somebody give me I'm going to put you on the spot. That table, but your big smile in the basket. No, don't look behind you. What name have you come up with? So let's go to your left, the lady beside you, sitting beside herself. Yeah, what name do you think you've come up with? Yeah? Stand up and say it loud and proud. Let's give them a name. The table that just arrived, do you have a name? Yeah, that have just arrived. Do you have a name? Donna. Oh, here we have. Can you stand up? I say it very loud. Yeah, let's bring her a mic. What was her name again? Diane.
White
Donna.
Yep. White up, Donna Jules. Aqua Castellan, Amutgan, Niskanat. I like the name, I would like to say, like the name Nukusis, something with Nukusis in it, and it's one.
Kookstanis.
No.
Am I saying it right?
No. Nukusis.
Nakukanis. What does it mean?
Oneness, one wholeness, one. We're all one.
Okay.
Yeah. But you.
What do you think? They like it. They like it. She's one more back there in the red. Yeah. Dawn, if you can have that written out in the meaning for us. Yeah.
White Kochayetep, Setcha Larissa Denault request. And just adding on to that, maybe Pusma, so one heart, something along the lines of that.
Zagusma?
Pusma.
Kusma? What does it mean?
Heart.
Heart.
The Pusma.
Wonderful. How do you like that? Oh, wow. They got a thumbs up for 2 so far. That's awesome. Donna, if you can write that down and the meaning of what it is, that would be awesome. And then also the same. And one more at the table behind. Yeah, go ahead. There's 2 more. Yeah, there's 2 more. We're getting somewhere on the name.
White and white sweat, my nisquest naknokta and it's kids this platin. My name is Juliana Florence, woman fawn from here in Spatching. I think I was thinking about Umachis alive.
Umathis. Thank you. How do you think of that, Umathis? feel like they've got another hand. There was somebody in the back. Was there another person? Is that it? So we've got 3. Okay, there's one more in the back.
I'll just throw a fun one in. These are so good, but you could maybe also sauce singers.
Stock that singer,
for your
okay.
sla'a here.
Okay.
I like that one.
It's called Stock That Singer. Okay, so we'll have those written down, and we'll go to the drummers, and we'll have a solution for you, a new name by the end of the day. Thank you ever so much. Let's give them another round of applause. Do we have another one? 2 more? So let's have a seat. We have 2 more youth joining us. The more, the merrier. Let's give you a microphone.
Sure.
What's his name?
Cookjam, White Cookwaida, Esquest, Colton William. I am Splat Scene Youth.
Let's give it a round of applause. We're sitting in your beautiful building. Thank you ever so much. Let's give him a round of applause. He's always back there in the booth.
Cookjam, happy to have everyone. Pleasure. I've been working here since the building's open, so I welcome everyone all the time, and yeah, Cookjam.
I thank you ever so much. And what is your pronoun?
He, him.
He, him. Okay, you've got a pronoun. And what do you do here?
So it actually just got a bit more interesting for me because I've strictly just worked in this building for probably my whole life. And then just this coming year, past year here, I've been wanting to step up and do a bit more for my community. And so I've, Cookjam. So I actually just started a training stewardship with our Title and Rights Department. And so
wow, that's beautiful.
I'm working within Title and Rights. I've, like you guys have been saying about mental health, I've struggled through that a lot myself, and I still do to this day. I've had been pretty emotional a lot recently, but I've been trying to step up. I've been doing, pulling together canoe journeys since 2013, and I've made sure that we keep going so that our other youth can be like me and possibly get hooked on canoeing, because I love canoeing.
I love that.
Yeah, I've canoed from here to Kamloops all the way to the Pacific side there. So I enjoy route canoeing so much. And if I can get another youth hooked on it as much as I have, that would be awesome, because I just want them to delve somewhere in the culture. Because like you guys have been saying about martial arts, I think also the culture too, like you do something in the culture, it'll be awesome and open your heart. And yeah, Cookjam.
Wow, that's beautiful. We won't be asking for no demonstrations, but I love everything that you've done, and I'm glad that you've come out, and said hello and joined all the rest of the youth. And then, do we have James in the house? No. So anyway, so I really say thank you ever so much. If I can get you to put a background picture up there, can I get you to put a background picture? And I would like the photographer to take a picture. All of you stand up, and I want to have a picture with the youth.
dance, that will give James enough time to prep. 5 minutes. That's okay. We'll cover. This is a very rare thing. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. Oh, the power.
I will do something. Yeah, we are. Yeah. Yes.
All right. All right, all right. Hello. Oh my goodness. What an incredible panel that was. Today's been the most incredible day. Kind of completely unexpected. Everything's happening for a reason, and it's all a buzz, and it's amazing. But to see the youth kind of express themselves in this way and have the opportunity to take this platform is just something that means so much to us. And we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants here a little bit. And I'm going to turn it over to Meek Morgan.
It reminds me of the Malaman Collective. Before, actually, the reason we became the Malaman Collective is because we were doing these collaborative art workshops over a 3-year period. And often when the youth would come in, we could barely even look. They would not even allow us to look at their eyes, really. By the time they would have created something, whether it was a piece of music or a piece of art or a piece of writing, that's when they would look up and you would see them. As well, what we noticed is a lot of them weren't identifying with their nations or their people. They were identifying with their town or their friends. So what we realize is that if we allowed them to navigate their identity and their story and on their terms and in their ways that they were interested in, then it would start to come out naturally. We didn't have to pull it out or draw it out. It was coming out of them naturally through this creative process. And I believe that's what's really important about this creative work that everyone has been presenting and that we've been doing and that we've been envisioning, is that it brings out identity. Even if we're not raised by our people on our lands, they're still a part of our blood, our memories, and that itself will bring it out. If we create these environments of creativity, if we have people around us that are on those same frequencies and we seek those ones out that we admire or are interested even, we go and we try to meet them, or we try to invite them to somewhere, or we try to spend some time with them, whether it's elders, family members, artists, doesn't matter, that we surround ourselves with the energy that we want to be and we want to see. So, what else?
Oh, man. Thank you, Mika. So I'm like shaking in excitement. Jeremy Dutcher is almost here, by the way. We do have a couple more offerings for you today. The day is not over, although it feels like all the energy in the room is just like buzzing. But this is what it's all about. It's about this connection. It's about this community. It's about celebrating being Indigenous in the work that we do, in the communities that we change, and ourselves. This is what the Confluence is, the two rivers meeting place where it comes together. And this is why we do the work that we do for days like today. And I just want to acknowledge that, for real. We have a few special guests left for you today. Oh my goodness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. No, just kidding. We're going to return to our regularly scheduled programming very, very, very soon. But if you'll just give us a couple of moments to set up, we have a special presentation by one of our resident now, I guess, dancers, who is a beautiful indigenous South American artist, mover, dancer, singer, and all-around light. And she has a wonderful gift for you today. And I would like to present a little palate cleanser in the form of a dance by Judith Colibri, our favorite. Thank you.
Sikiri subautaka kaita bata inuama akuna kukusata soy soti yasine sikiri subautaka sikiri subautaku Amani sumeka tata silutula ikatiko Ire subautaka kaita bata inuama akuna kukusata soy soti yasine sikiri subautaka sikiri subautaku
Hello. So we had a little bit of shifting of schedules, but we're just rolling with it because we like to do that. We're used to it. It's okay. I'd like to call up Marlene Hale again. One of our amazing workers has been with us since, I believe it was 2019, but he can state it. And he was around in the early times where we just had to basically do everything with a very small handful of people. Like many organizers, we experience a lot of burnout with having so many different roles. That's how we had to function for the first few years, and we still are in some ways. But we're really trying to change that. We're trying to have a wellness aspect of our work because it's very important, and we've been really struggling in the last 2 years trying to strategize how to make this work sustainable. So I'd like to hand it over again to Marlene.
Thank you. I'm going to drum this person in. Everyone, a big round of applause for James Still. James, I know that a lot of people say, you don't need your go by your pronoun. We mentioned that. He, him. You're from Williams Lake, and you're the arts organizer. You've been with this organization for a long, long time. And you're a big player in everything that hears, the Malawan Collective. You've worked with Two Rivers, since time immemorial, I guess we would say, right? James and I had a conversation yesterday about how this youth panel would go. And one of the things that he really wanted to come out and be open about, it is something that is very important for the youth to have their voices and to put down your cell phones and be respectful and please listen to the youth, for they need us and we need our guidance. They need us especially at the hard times of mental health and also for going through what we call he, him, their pronouns. And welcome, James. James, I want the youth panel we had just finished on, and one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was you would love to share, your work with how you feel. It is the time for you to bring out your voice and share whatever it is that you want to share with us. And, we are here for that particular reason. Mental health, the youth, and pronouns of today, LGBTQ. And this is going to be your time to do that. James here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate everything. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is James Christopher Still. I was born in Williams Lake. I was adopted by David Brian Still and Sandra Still, and my mother's name is Cheryl Denise Pearson. I was raised a lot outside of my culture, and you get a really toxic idea of what it means to be Indigenous and what it means to be a youth. And really working in music from the age of, I've been doing festivals since I was maybe like 13, probably like this high. Yeah, I'm trying to find the right words for this. Art and working in music and working in this culture and learning and all of this really, really saved my life. And I owe so much to all of the mentorship opportunities and the leadership that was passed down and kind of demonstrated by me, by the really, really key people in my life. And so in doing that, and I've been thinking a lot over the last week, and been lucky enough to kind of come out of a really intense, really, really dark place in the last few months, and work and experience and have conversations with a lot of our elders and gain new perspectives on things that I was thinking about. So coming from youth, I'm actually 26 years old, which I'm starting to feel like having grown up in the Two Rivers environment. Actually, the first shirt, the shirt that I chose to wear today is from the first Movable Feast, which I was there as my first show. So it means a lot to me, but it was very reflective because I was and still continue to be one of the youths of Two Rivers. And so when we're working in the arts and working in really intense situations and doing beautiful community work it's more than just a concert, it's something magical and special. There's care and responsibility, and all of our words and actions need to connect and mean something. So what I'm trying to say here is that I have had a lot of perspective and challenges in my time, and I think it's really important that we listen to our youth and we embrace them at part of the mandate of this organization is to cultivate, embrace, and really raise up and lift up our youth, right? And I think there's a really huge understanding that what does it mean to be Indigenous youth? What does being Indigenous mean? And how beautiful it is, how we have such unique challenges and such unique struggles that make everything different, and what does that actually mean? And I think asking that is, I'm new to being alive. I don't know how to do this very well, but I feel comforted being here sometimes, you know? I feel like I'm not alone. And this week has really made me feel like I'm not alone, so I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, there's tiny things. We touched a lot on pronouns, actually, so I might bring this up, but asking our identity and how we identify ourselves. And I never, even today, don't feel comfortable in how I fully identify and who I am, right? It's a day-to-day thing, but just as similar as proper introductions are important, how we communicate with our youth and what are your pronouns, right? It's a very simple thing, but that's just as crucial as we learn what our names are and how to introduce and how to talk. So that's so key. Yeah, a lot of it comes down to saying that we're gonna cultivate and embrace our youth. And what does that mean? What does it actually mean? How can we do better? And I maybe what I wanted to say on the stage and bring up is just more questions and how can we all do better? Because I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
Wow, James, that is wonderful and beautiful. Thank you for those words. Yesterday we were in the back room, and I had used the back room for interviewing a lot of the youth, putting this panel together and coming over to what I call my little office, putting things in the computer. You went on a journey today, and you're just doing what you do always, being there to help out. And so they pushed our panel at first, so you were not part of it, but you are still a big part of it. But what I wanted to share with you, what this conversation and this interview went with James yesterday. During our interview, he was telling me all the work that he has done for Two River Remix. And I had mentioned to him on a lot of the initiatives that I'm working on across Canada. And one of them is called Our Decision, Our Future. And it is a big initiative that I'm doing to get the youth of today to go out and make sure they vote, and how important it is in this time of day to get the youth to get out there and do their part in voting, because it is their decision and it is their future. In Montreal, where I live, I work with a couple of huge, big organizations who are helping me with this platform. And one of them, we were given the day off, and so I was on my computer and the phone working all day, and I got a call from a lady named Kristen. And she was just another big organization that when she had found out what I was doing on this Our Decision, Our Futures, she mentioned to me that she was told that she knew that from the work that I do of putting this film of systemic racism together, I've been working on it for the last 2 years. And everything as of today that I have been doing towards this film has cost me $0. So she mentioned to me that I'm going to continue that on and helping you with this, Our Decision, with this platform. So what she has donated to me was to, her company does websites, and she will donate, they will pay for a website and the management of it. But it will be managed by a youth. And the youth who will be taking ownership of that, and also to create it and work with us and work, we've already got the logo and that, and the job has been given to James. He is the manager of this website. And so he will be working with Kristen in Montreal, and we'll be working through Zooms. And so, you know, we will have videos of the youth talking about how important it is for them to go out and vote. We already have videos for that. And we will be working on organizing this website, and this is his job. And what she will offer him is mentorship and training, free. And so that was her gift from her company called remissions.com in Montreal. Thank her very much, Kristen, and thank you, James, for taking that role on. It takes commitment. And I've mentioned to you that you have to be committed. And you will be looking, people all across Canada, the youth will be looking and putting stuff into this website. It's your website, it belongs to the youth. I'm just there. I just give you what you need, the platform. And it's up for you to do the work, and you're gonna do it. And give him a big round of applause for carrying that on. So last night, he's and Ruby, our beautiful elder, we were driving home last night, and James always gives us all a ride, and he had asked us elders on the way home, some questions. Can I ask your opinion? And we said, what do you need to know? He said, how do I ask a girl out? So he got a lot of answers from the elders. It was so beautiful just to have us all just interact. And he's blushing. They are blushing. And we ended up all going for an ice cream. So we had fun. Thank you so much, and thank you, James, and thanks you, Ruby. Stand up, and you're welcome. Thank you so much. Yep. Thank you so much, and we'll see you. Bonne journée.
Hello, we're back. I'm so glad that we were able to do that. James is a really treasured member of our organization, and I really respect and appreciate James's work with me. He has really incredible insights. He's very flexible. He's very collaborative. He has so many qualities that I actually really love in a person. He has a beautiful character and a beautiful personality and a beautiful heart. And let's all give some love to James. Love you, James. James is also wearing our old school Two Rivers remix shirt. So we are going to now get into what was supposed to be our first panel, but now it's going to be our end of the day panel. And remember before when I said how many people remember Red Wire? How many people remember Red Wire? This is going to be a panel that's specifically about Red Wire. It's a really important piece of literature and inspiring artists that contributed from all different spectrums of the arts. I think it really got a lot of people ignited at that time. And so it's going to be moderated by Tanya Willard. And I would like the team to come up. We're going to have Tanya Willard moderating, but we're going to be joined by John Rampinen, Natanis Desjardins, and I need you to and Kwayatsik Rampinen. So please take a seat. Do you have a mic? Yeah, it's going to be Natanis first. Okay. We're also playing musical chairs.
Okay, we're going to bring you back to a time long, long ago. It was the 90s. And I was a youth. Yes, I was a youth. 1990 was Oka, and I remember that, watching that. Oh yeah, it changed a lot of things. In 1995, a group in Winnipeg called the Native Youth Movement was born. And Winnipeg, they traveled all across on foot until they came to the west coast of Vancouver, or to the west coast here to touch the ocean on a journey. And there was some young people in Vancouver that heard about this group. So in 95, they had another chapter called the Native Youth Movement Vancouver chapter. And at that time, we got involved as young people to raise our voice around what was happening around the BC Treaty process at that time. And we had to get educated and use words and use our voice and use music and whatever we can to get everybody talking and moving. And I remember meeting these two young women, Nina and Billy Pierre. And when we met, we're like, oh my God, we're like, oh yeah, we gotta do this, we gotta do that. We're all, activated, and we're telling each other's stories, and we're already kindred spirits. We're already like sisterhood immediately. And then we found out our parents knew each other. So Michelle and my mom used to be part of the Native Youth Movement when they were youth. In '97 was the beginning of Red Wire magazine. And Red Wire magazine at that time was a vehicle for that youth, of that movement, of that time. And so I wasn't a contributor as a writer, but I was around in that time as a voice, and we would bring Red Wire magazines and all the different circles that we would go to. And that is the beginning of what is known of Redwire and being a part of it. We had an office down in Pender on East Van, and there was a lot of buzz every issue. We had to learn how to do graphics. We had to learn how to do all these things back in the day. This is before the internet, guys. Well, I guess it was around, but yeah. So I'm gonna leave it for that beginning of when Billy and Nina started Redwire. And we all had a group, and then enters Tanya Willard.
Okay. No, for the Squamish speakers, a long time ago. No, I had learned about Redwire. I had moved down from doing a first year in the art program at what was Okanagan College in Kelowna. And I was still working for the incredible Sunclip Theatre, Indigenous theatre group in Seal Territories. But I moved down to Victoria and learned about Redwire in my time down there. Gustafson Lake was happening, and there was an incredible group of young people led by Nina and Billy in terms of the magazine. But that was really also a whole movement that involved a lot of network of really active and engaged urban Indigenous youth and Indigenous youth from their communities who were really standing up and having a voice in their rights, in the politics, and really in creative ways. And so I learned about the magazine. I did some traveling and things, came back to Vancouver, and started volunteering. And within a kind of couple weeks of volunteering with Redwire, there was a transition happening, and the great work that Nina and Billy Pierre had done was wrapping up, and they needed other people to keep Redwire going. And I was really keen on the powerful voices I had heard through Redwire magazine, and I wanted to be involved and help out. And so we did some different, the details of desktop publishing to make a magazine, but also meeting each other and as younger people, talking about what we wanted to see, the change we wanted to, make, and the worlds we wanted to build. And many people were involved with Native Youth Movement. We were producing this magazine that we had funding through this program called Urban Multipurpose Aboriginal Youth Centers. And there was other things happening, like the West Coast Warriors. It was a very active time where, as young people, I think we were realizing that we needed to stand up and have a voice in all these processes that were happening politically on the land and in our communities. And for myself and the group who was working at the time, doing that, because I had my background as art, it was the vehicle I had to offer, and so doing that through creative ways. So Redwire was a magazine that was published 4 times a year. We published 12,000 copies, and we'd send it out to Indigenous communities across Canada. We used to, after it was printed, we used to sit in the office licking envelopes shut, and a whole bunch of envelopes, getting really excited about different reses we hadn't heard of that we were sending the magazine to, and supporting each other to build culture and community, and to really do that world building to make spaces like this. I feel like maybe I couldn't even imagine this in my home, in one of my family's communities in Splatcheen when I was younger. And we would also do things like make CDs and art shows, and we did 2 CDs in our time, my time with Redwire, which was 6 years or something, and then I stayed on to advise a new crew. And one of the first CDs we did, the title comes from something that John here said in some of his work, Protecting the Land. And I'm going to let him explain it, but the title of that CD was Our Voice is Our Weapon and Our Bullets the Truth. And it was a powerful vehicle to have Indigenous youth talk about the kind of issues that were happening, the struggles, but also their joy and their expression. And I continue in my work to believe that our voices are that powerful. That I was so excited to hear the youth panel before this. I'm so excited for all of you and proud for all of you, and I felt that energy that we had as young people to try and make our voices heard and try and change and develop beautiful futures for ourselves and for our children. And so I'd love for John to talk a bit about the experience, which was a very intense time, and where we really wanted to hold up the powerful voices and actions that other Indigenous youth were taking.
Chuch, Klaawasna Chuch Suwa, Uklas Nasatluk, Histakshix Ahazet, Icha Apitsushli Maxti and Hiltsu, Spachin Hahutli, Apaisitla Itsush, Two Rivers Remix, Mika, Uchij Josh, Apaisitla Itsush, Cha Apitsushli Maxti. My traditional name is Nasatluk, and my English given name is John Rampanen. But it's an honor to share about Redwire today. I was thinking about it on the way up here, and just how revolutionary the magazine was and will continue to be in whatever iteration that it takes. Natana spoke briefly about some of the precursors leading up, and one of those revolutionary moments that I recall in my young life was Oka in 1990, as she mentioned. I was only 13, and so I was too young to get activated in that way, but what it got inspired inside was a fire that got lit that didn't go out. And it kept building for years from that point on. 1995, I remember Gustafson Lake standoff was taking place here in British Columbia. It was the same year that I went into university, and that's when I really started to dive a bit deeper into the concept of decolonization. In that particular era, just the concept of colonization was a lot for a lot of people to grasp, and the conversation wasn't really happening in a full way. So to start venturing into areas of decolonization, it was a challenge. We were really defining for ourselves as young people what that meant to us. There were very little reference materials to draw from. The Maori and Aotearoa were kind of paving a way forward with regards to Indigenous decolonialism. But here at a local level, we were really questioning, what does it mean to decolonize in our territories here? So that got myself and my brothers activated on Vancouver Island in New Channel territory, where I come from. We formed a group called Ancestral Pride. My brother Crow and my brother Fish and myself, my warrior name was Kiwe. And one thing that you'll notice if you have old copies of Redwire is you won't see my English name in it, I don't think, ever at all. I went through many different pseudonyms that I used. I wrote many different articles for the magazine, and I feel that it was a great opportunity to be able to vent and to share and to propagate ideas with other young people. And so by 1999, we became part of the Native Youth Movement, and that same year we formed the West Coast Warrior Society. And it was the late Chief June Quip from Chiam First Nation that really opened my eyes in a very profound way when she visited the university that I was going to. I walked out of the school then and there. I decided that wasn't the pathway anymore for me. Instead, I felt it was more important to start to go into our territories and to connect with different Coas people. Many of you who are in this room who we've spent the years together and developed and nurtured these ideas and implemented actions together in different ways. So it was in 1999 for myself when I had that turning point. My writing started in university. It was very academic, too academic, I would say. And being introduced to Redwire, the family of Redwire, Nina and Billy, and then Tanya and Marika, Ronnie was involved, and my brother Simon, Natana's brother, and Skeena, her sister. Just a huge number of different people, creative people. Not all writers, but some were artists, some were performance artists, others were speakers. So the family that got created was out of necessity. We needed to have that type of a family support because I didn't have it where I came from, and a lot of the young people were on the streets in Vancouver, and we formed a family. And so the West Coast Warrior Society was formed as a result, and one of my key roles as a warrior was to develop propaganda for our Warrior Society. And Redwire was an amazing outlet for that. So I did that for a few years, for 3 years, until after 2001 when the 9/11 incident occurred in the United States. And that really changed the political dynamics when it came to warriorism in North America. We were one of the first organizations that got targeted by the anti-terror unit here in Canada. And this was the same year that my son Quiet Seek was born. So they kicked in our door and they came with full force with helicopters and riot gear and police and SWAT teams and ambulance and paramedics and everything you could think of. With the allegation that I was stockpiling firearms. And that's where the quote originated, that I actually didn't have a stockpile of firearms in my house, but instead it was our voice that was our weapon. As young people, that was the most fearful thing for this colonial state, was when young people gather together, share ideas, and find voice. And when we did that, we became a threat. And so it really kind of created a different dynamic and relationship. So that concept of our voice being the weapon and the bullets the truth emerged at that particular time. And so, being labeled as a terrorist in our own homeland was ridiculous. And so it was really the literature that we were coming up with that was avant-garde and revolutionary. There were good ideas that needed to be put into action and have life breathed back into it. And so I'm just encouraged by this generation today that I see, like the Shut Down Canada movement and the different efforts that have been in place to keep that momentum moving forward with regards to our movement. We're multi-generation in the movement. Natanis especially traces back with her mother being involved in the 70s, back to the American Indian movement times, and then up to the Native youth movement, and then now whatever iteration is starting to take form. And so Redwire has been a catalyst and a vehicle to be able to provide voice, to be able to provide a platform for young people, young Indigenous people, to share what they know is their truth. Because what we realized was, as warriors, when we donned the camouflage in the mid-90s, the intention was to gain the attention from mass media, because we weren't getting enough of that attention in the First Nations communities. Our message wasn't getting out there in a broad way. And so we were we were quite skilled, I would say, at drawing attention from mainstream media. They would show up with the video cameras, and of course in this particular time and era, it was television news, radio news, and print media. And so it was quite limited in that regard. What we realized really quickly was that media was never going to be able to tell our story. That media was always going to have a slant to it, and it was always going to skew and with a biased opinion of who Indigenous people are and what our intentions are. So Redwire, again, was one of those platforms that enabled us to be able to feel proud of who we are, to share our ideas, to generate those ideas into action, and to implement those actions in a very direct way. And so it really helped to form a lot of who I am as a father, as a person today. And today I'm an elected leader for my nation, and it's not something I intended to get involved in, but it's part of the progression that we find ourselves in as Indigenous people and change makers, is that we get involved in the areas where we need to be involved. Even if it was something that I was reluctant to, it's an area that we still need to have involvement in. So I'll leave it at that. I want to really make sure that there's time for my son Quiet Seek to talk about the next wave of Redwire and the revitalization. Chooch.
Very symbolic. I feel like I'm being passed the torch from the previous generation here. Uklasish, Quiet Seek, Histak Shikt Ahazit, Nehiwan, Statlium, Hooks Nuiksu Nasathuk, Hooks Umiksu Natanis. My name is Quiet Seek. I'm Cree, New Channel, and Interior Salish from Lillooet. And I come from a long, unbroken line of warriors and matriarchs, as you can see. My dad, the domestic terrorist, and my mom in the Native youth movement in the 80s and 90s, and my Kokum and my Mushum and the Red Power Liberation movement in the 70s. And before that, even sinking colonial ships and whatever. Yeah, so I feel like I have an obligation to continue that legacy. And I grew up reading Redwire magazines, so I was radicalized from a very early age. When we were on road trips or we just had to pass the time, my mom would hand over a box of the old Redwires that she stashed, and I just grew up reading them, so I was really inspired by all the work that you guys done. So yeah, now I'm bringing back Redwire magazine.
And quite seek, when I heard this all, I was so excited because it's been, a project that's been sleeping for a couple years now. Some changes happened and funding ran out, and also the media changed, right? Like there's so many different types of media now. And I was really curious in your inspiration to make a new Redwire, have a new vision for what this could be for your generation. What in particular you were inspired by?
I like that there was a platform for Indigenous youth to voice their aggression, and were rightfully pissed off with what's been going on. So I like that there was an opportunity to say something in an uncensored way and just speak.
And then we're seeing the new logo. So earlier we saw the original Redwire logo that was designed and created by Gord Hill. And you went back to Gord and asked him to do a new revised logo. Do you want to talk about that?
I reached out to Gord Hill, told him what I was doing. He was really excited, and I just asked for a new Redwire logo that represented the modern and the new, but keeping the old style, I guess. And I let him go crazy with it, and he did something really cool.
I love this, that there's a new logo and some new energy. And maybe, do you want to tell us something you're hoping to do with Redwire, like getting other youth involved, or what do you want to focus on?
I want to keep the same feel of Redwire magazine. I want it to feel like the old Redwire did, but all I'm really doing is bringing it to the new generation. And I want to reach larger audiences and use new media like video journalism and podcasting, and just taking advantage of the media and technology that we have today too.
That's so great. I know when we were doing the magazine, it was exactly for the similar reasons. Like, we weren't seeing our voices out there. We were like, they're not going to get out there unless we do it. We take up the space, we demand our voices get heard, we make space in galleries, in magazines, in media, and I'm just so excited to be sitting here with you today. It was like my time in the city, so it was like a decade in Vancouver where I was doing Redwire, but I've been home for a decade and a half now, have my own teenagers, and so it's a really beautiful time to know that a younger generation is inspired by what the work that we, continued, because we didn't start it. It was also our families and our ancestors before us who were doing that work. And so I just really hold you up for this interest and the work that you're going to do, and and to have the patience and vision and care to do that work.
Yeah, so 2 days ago, I just got off the airplane and landed in Vancouver, and I immediately came up here. But I was in Aotearoa in New Zealand for a month and a half, and I made some great connections over there. I had the opportunity to go to a Samoan library, so I met with some of the youth that were working there and doing very similar work to me, and I printed off my magazine and I left it at the library.
Amazing. So where can people, is there a website or anything that exists yet to direct people to those other people, young people who are on the panel, who had such powerful voices? Is there a way for them to start to help and to make things alongside that are Redwire? Because Redwire wasn't just a magazine. It was like, a movement and a passion and a world we wanted to build.
Yeah, exactly. I do have an Instagram for Redwire, but it's pretty... I haven't got started on it yet, so there's no content there, but it's just Redwire Media on Instagram. There's an email address, redwiremedia@proton. And I am looking for more contributors and collaborators from Indigenous youth, so if you know anybody or feel like you want to contribute something, you could just reach out.
Amazing. There's this funny part of Redwire where actually it started as like a job info zine. So there was some money that was around that we could do printing. This is back when Nina and Billy were working on it. And they took some of that funding and went like, we don't want to just tell people how to write resumes. We want to like really build this as a platform for our voices. And so just like who was saying earlier, it could just be a little bit at the beginning, and it's the start of something. And it's a start that I'm so excited and inspired to see. So I think all of the Redwire crew, over the days would thank you for taking up, an interest in moving things forward.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Billy Pierre too, and all the other contributors of Redwire.
And to a new generation. Awesome. Well,
Chew.
Yeah, Kukstakuk. And we have this saying in Sokwatmuk Uluch where we say, Walt mat yaus, forever and ever. And so I hold our hands up to our young people who are building our futures and our worlds. Well mat yaus.
This is the earliest I've ever been late. And this is actually the first time that dead space on stage has not bothered me so bad. It's because up in that room up there, Jeremy and Adam are just kind of talking about music, and we kind of got caught up, and it's very special. I wish you all could be there, but you're going to be there tomorrow, and that's something that I'm really looking forward to. We're really excited to have all of this. It's been a very magical day. It's been unbelievably powerful, and it's kind of I don't like closing things off that don't need to be closed, but this one kind of is a little bit more little less constructed than our usual kind of programming, where I'm usually a very militant. This is going to take 35 and a half minutes, and then we're going to have a 17.5-minute changeover, and then we will land back on track. Today is not that day. Today is more like, let's just hear what our friends and family have to say. And that is the beauty of the Confluence, is having the platform to share an experience.
You're saying that as if it's an odd thing that lots of last-minute things happen. I was like, I like to think of it as, what did you call it, Dawn? The chaotic, making organization out of chaos. That's what we do. We're pros at it. The mentorship aspect of our work has just increased, and it happened very naturally. Just starting with having youth working with us in different capacities. And, we talked today about the graphic recorder, but this is another opportunity that actually Joshua found. Thank you, Joshua, for that. Very good observation skills. But it was always one of my dreams to bring Jeremy Dutcher here to Secwepemc. And it was interesting. I have to share with you that when I went to Mondial, it's a industry conference in Montreal, I saw that he was doing a keynote there, and I didn't know that. And so I went to meet him, and when I first met him, I told him I was from Tuver's Remix and that I'm Secwepemc, and he said, "Oh, white." And I was like, "Wow, you know how to say hello." And he said, "Yeah, one of my best friends was Secwepemc." And I said, "Oh, who is he? Or who was he?" And he's like, "Jeffrey Seymour." And I was so taken aback because it is actually my cousin. And I told him, I'm not saying that in the way that I say he's my cousin. I mean, he's my really close cousin. And he was like, "What? Wow." So I just felt like that meeting too was really meaningful and meant to be. And then that just started the wheels turning to get him here today. So I actually want to acknowledge my cousin because he has passed away into the spirit world. He's with our ancestors now, Jeffrey Seymour McNeil. We have the same great-grandfather, Jeffrey and I. And so I'm really honored that, and I know Jeffrey would love this. He would love that his friend was here. He would love to see all of you people, and I feel his spirit here, and that's why I want to acknowledge him. So thank you.
All right, so we have one last little offering for you today, and it's not little at all. These two exemplify what I like to call true love. I don't know. That's spirits dancing together. And they've been our favorite kind of almost resident traveling cousins from the South. And they have one final offering for you for this Confluence to officially close out one of the most beautiful gatherings I've ever been a part of. Please, ladies and gentlemen, and give it up for Anna and Leo.
Hello, hello. Yes. Okay, so I think we are near to the end, and we would like to do one more dance offering for you, and also sharing a little bit of what we do and our culture back in Mexico. Um, my partner Anna was talking before about this prophecy of the condor, eagle, and quetzal, and that's a very exciting topic for me, also for her, and I believe that for everyone that we are here, because it announced a lot of important and value things. In Mexico, there is a legend that says that the last Tlatoani of Mexico Tenochtitlan shared a speech not only to the Tenochca people, the people of the city Tenochtitlan, but for all the people of all the nations all across the Anahuac, or the Turtle Island. Yesterday we shared the dance of the Tlatoani, and I was sharing that Tlatoani means like the one who carry the word, and that is like, it can be like the chief or like the representative of a nation. And in the Tonalpohualli, which is like the calendar, the stone calendar, that it's also known as Aztec or Mexica calendar, the time it runs in cycle. It's not like a line. So we have days, we have months, we have years, we have solar years, and we have solar era. So related to this condor, eagle, and quetzal prophecy, there's also another prophecy, or maybe just another name for the same prophecy, which is called the prophecy of the sixth sun. And this prophecy is about the next solar era that just come. So the last Huey Tlatoani of the Mexico Tenochtitlan, his name was Cuauhtémoc, which means eagle that comes down, in a sense that comes down to the earth. The eagle is a metaphor of the sun. So it's talking about the essence or the energy of the sun coming down to earth to incarnate. Could be into one person or many persons. But in this case, the last Huey Tlatoani of Mexico Tenochtitlan, his name was Cuauhtémoc. And in 5021, when he surrendered the city to the Spaniards, he gave one last speech to their people, which was Totonal Geomotlatiu, Totonal Geomoshpoliu, y Juan Sentlayoguaya no Texcatej, Mashtigmatij Manoxempa Walas, Manoxempa Quisakis, y Juan Yancuillotica Techtlahuilisque, Machinoca Mopacaj Mixtlanmanis, Mansanue, Liutitosentlanlican, Titonechicocan, y Juan Toyolnepantla Titlatican, Nochimaj Toyoloquitlazotla, y Juan Matlactiomatiu Huechalchihuit, Matiquimpolpolocan Totiocalhuan, Tocalmecalhuan, Totlachcohuan, Totelpochcalhuan, Mantonejnemican Tooctin, y Juan, Mantochan Tetzacua, Quinihcuac Toyancuictonal, Intatzitzinuan, y Juan Nantzintzinuan, Manashkan ilcaucan quimelusquej intelpochuan, y Juan Maxtihuasquej mopiltzintzinuan, y no canemisquej huelquen in yocoxcayot quinashkan totlazohtlanantzin anahuac. Intlanequilis, y Juan tlapeluilis tonetoltilistli, y Juan Sanje Mopampa, toquen mahuistli, y Juan toquen polihuis o quiseliquej totlaxcatzitzinuan, y Juan mah totatzitzinuan ahuic yolehcayopan o quixinax tocatej toyelispan. Axkan tehuantin, Maxtigmatic toyelispan y Juan totlal, y Juan axkan, tiquinchihuasquej, toyancuic temisho chinin totlazohtlanantzin anahuac. It can be traduced in English like, our sun fade away. Our sun has disappeared face, leaving us in complete darkness. But we know that it will come out again, that it will come back to shine and bright on us again. But while there, in the land of the silence we remain, we shall keep together and embrace each other with force until our new sun rises. It's time to destroy our temples, our schools, our fields for playing ball, and our houses for the youth, our houses for sing and play. May our roads be abandoned, and may our home protect us until our new sun rises. To all the fathers and the mothers, do not forget to guide their youth and to let the children know how good has been our Mother Earth to us until now. In honor for our destiny and confirm our great behavior and our respect for our ancestors, it's time to hide all what is important for us deep in the center of our heart, knowing that one day it will come back, that it will flower again, to share with everyone here in our sacred homeland, Anahuac. This speech was a mandate to save our values, to save our traditions under cover against the demands of the Spaniards, to keep practicing our dances, to keep singing our song hidden in order to be able to pass the knowledge to their children and from generation to generation until one day it will be allowed, not only allowed, but necessary to bring this knowledge and these values back. So this prophecy of the sixth son has come, and it is time to share this knowledge. It's time to bring back all of these values that is very necessary in our world right now. So I'm very glad to be part of this. I'm very glad to be able to hear all of this knowledge, to receive these dances and these songs, because it's not for us, it's for everyone who is coming further, to be able to make this earth a better place to spend our short time here. So this has been said. I want to offer this dance and also giving continuity to my colleague Judith. I want to offer this deer dance. Yesterday we shared the dance of the deer, which is called Se Masat, which traduces as one deer. And today I want to share the dance of two deer, Ome Masat. Yesterday it was about the feminine energy of the deer, and now it's about the masculine energy of the deer, which is also related to the peyote or hikuri, as we say it in our mother language of the native nation back on the land where I live. This essence of the blue deer it's a guide, it's a teacher, it's the one who teaches the good ways to live. And I want to offer this dance for all the guides and all the teachers, all the mentors in all ways that I've been having in my life for years, for weeks, sometimes even for just one moment. Because sometimes even the most unexpected person can be a very, very big teacher for you. So this is for all the mentors, all the teachers, all the guides. And also, I want to offer this dance for the sacred place of Wirikuta. Wirikuta is the desert in San Luis Potosí, Mexico, and is the only place where the peyote grows. But right now, this land has been disturbed and stolen by different mining companies. So my partner Anna has been contributing to spread this knowledge and these facts that it's happening back in our sacred lands. So again, I want to offer this thanks for all of these things, and also for this day of Confluence, for this knowledge that we've been sharing to rap with strength and with love. Thank you so much. Tlazokamati.
White go white up, and skas knock skaka ild. La suach being white swat, to achwatam and posma, being wheatless. Is milkham, is oil, atla, junta le white stam, is la stilest axta. White, everybody, hello. My name's Woman Fawn, and I was asked to say the closing remarks and supper prayers. Thank you that you've been here to watch all the dancing, the singing, and the conclusion for their day. So I was thinking about really how I felt. Chahwedel mad and Osma Asiachas Ela Hitslame Datensakuch, Kakrema, and Bosmaskuch, White Stamini Annas, Laksta, is Ela Siaus, is Kilstam Goch Kalmuch, and thank you for our good thoughts and our hearing and our words and our feelings to help everybody get through today. And I was really saying that I was really happy in my heart for all the things I witnessed. Kuksjam, kukdam guksla stichel is so macht. You mean it a white salton is to mammalt, white swat is amapsen as skates, as my yaus, the seat is the up. And thank you for the food we'll receive, for watching the children and our relatives, and for the people that are going back and forth for their safe journeys to and from. Kuksjam, white and Kwasalton, all my relation.
So food's not quite ready yet. It'll be on in about 20 or 30 minutes. So if you want to, 10 minutes. Oh, Josh is here. I don't need to. Here you go.
All right. Give it up for Nika, the stage manager. He's doing a great job. Good boy, that one. Our stage manager team, Danny. We got Alexis back there. We got. Give it up for the Two Rivers Remix crew, y'all. This is hard work putting all this stuff up. This is hard work. And for people like me to just come waltz up on stage and look this pretty, it takes a lot. Thank you so much for being here at the Confluence. You are truly our favorite people. Please stay for dinner. It'll be ready in about 10 minutes. Again, I would love the order to be elders and then everyone else. And we can just hang out here for a bit. We're gonna start setting up for tomorrow, so don't feel obligated to rush away. But we are gonna start building the stage out a little bit as well. So when that starts to happen, we might kind of wrap things up a little bit. But we want you to eat. We want you to converse. We want you to celebrate. We want you to eat with us. We want you to stay for a little bit longer. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It has been a pleasure hosting. I usually don't like it. This will probably be my last time. But it's for you and for the live stream. It has been a complete pleasure. And so thank you so much for being here. This has been one of the best gatherings of my entire career, and you all have been a part of it. So with that being said, let's eat. Mitsu. Hi, hi.